Hanley casually tossed a few spirit stones toward the driver before disembarking the carriage and surveying his surroundings. The street before him appeared to be quite mundane, but there were far more people here than even on the main streets. The shops on either side of the street weren't very large, but business seemed to be booming for them as many customers were regularly entering and exiting the shops. Hanley nodded as he cast his gaze toward the shop that stood right before him. He glanced up at the plaque hanging above the entrance, then immediately strode in an expressionless manner. The shop was several hundred feet in size, and it was filled with rows of shelves, upon which were placed all types of items such as stone tablets, jade plates, silver badges, and ancient tomes. However, all of those items had been concealed under a shimmering light barrier. This was a shop that specialized in selling tomes. According to Xiang Zhili, these types of shops couldn't be more common in Cloud City, but the few renowned shops that Hanley was interested in were all gathered on this street. Now that he had arrived, it appeared that Xiang Zhili's claims rang true. The shop wasn't very large, but it really did contain many tomes of all different types. There were a few other foreign beings who were also inspecting the wares being sold in the shop, and they were all core formation stage beings. All of these foreign beings seemed to be focused on their respective searches, and all of them failed to notice that an upper race being had just strode into the shop. As for the shopkeeper, she was a young female foreign being who appeared to be only around 17 or 18 years of age. However, her skin was as pristine and translucent as snow, and there was a precise white crystal embedded on her glabella. Her beautiful eyes were also shimmering with wisdom that seemed to belie her youthful appearance. Hanley's heart stirred as he instantly identified this woman as a being of the crystal race. He had naturally done some research on the 13 heavenly cloud races, and he knew that the crystal race was one of them. However, this race was quite a peculiar one. Not only was its entire population pitifully small at only around just over 1 million, they were also predominantly weaker than beings of the other 12 races. In spite of that, all of them had extremely long lifespans that were 3 to 4 times that of a human. Furthermore, all of them were very beautiful and highly intelligent. Almost all crystal beings could reach a high level of proficiency in pill refinement, formation spells, or talisman crafting with ease. As such, the crystal race was always extremely welcomed, and even though they didn't have much interest in things like power struggles, they enjoyed quite a lofty rank among the 13 heavenly cloud races. The crystal being had also noticed Hanley, and as she cast her gaze toward him, a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes, as if she'd managed to glean his cultivation base. Thus, she immediately rose to her feet and strode over to him before extending a delicate curtsy. "Welcome to my humble shop, Upper Race Senior. Is there anything I can help you with?" The woman spoke in a refined manner, and there wasn't anything forced or over the top about her, yet she somehow exuded an air of grace and elegance. It appeared the rumors were true. The crystal race really was unlike any other race he'd seen before. Hanley clucked his tongue with wonder internally, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, "No need. I'll have a look for myself first, and I'll inform you if I require any assistance. Then feel free to browse our wares, Senior." The crystal woman nodded in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant, then curtsied again before leaving Hanley to his own devices. However, her words had come as quite a shock to all of the other customers in the shop. All of them hurriedly turned toward Hanley with surprised expressions on their faces before drawing a sharp breath in unison. They were naturally unable to glean Hanley's exact cultivation base, but the fact that it was so unfathomable to them indicated that Hanley was countless times more powerful than them. Thus, all of them became rather uneasy, and some of them immediately departed while others quickly picked out a few tomes before also hurrying away. In the blink of an eye, Hanley and the crystal woman were the only 2 beings left in the shop. Hanley paid no heed to this recent development as he made his way over to a nearby shelf to inspect the tomes that had been placed there. From the surface, Hanley naturally couldn't really see anything. Thus, he swept his spiritual sense toward one of the stone tablets on the shelf, and that was when he discovered the function of the light barrier around the shop items. Through the use of his spiritual sense, he could only glean a short string of introductory information. When he tried to inspect more of the stone tablet's contents, he encountered a slight obstruction. Of course, with his immensely powerful spiritual sense, he could naturally force his way through the restriction with ease, but doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the shopkeeper, and no being of any status would be willing to embarrass themselves in such a farcical manner. Hanli glanced at a few of the tomes on the shelf before him and discovered that most of them only contained some general information about the 13 heavenly cloud races, so he naturally wasn't very interested in them. Thus, he made his way over to another shelf before inspecting the tomes on there with his spiritual sense again. On this occasion, he seemed to have found what he was looking for. A short while later, a hint of elation appeared on his face, and he waved a hand toward a blue jade plate to draw it into his grasp. He then continued to search through the shop, and in the blink of an eye, he'd gathered over 20 tomes. Only then did he make his way over the crystal woman with a pleased expression on his face, and he placed everything down onto the table before him as he asked, "How many spirit stones are you charging for all this?" The crystal woman looked at the pile of tomes that had been placed before her, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She then suddenly smiled and said something that came as quite a surprise to Hanli. "These tomes aren't worth that much. You can take them for free, senior." Hanli faltered initially upon hearing this before his expression darkened slightly, and he asked, "Are you afraid that I won't be able to afford them?" "That was never my intention, senior. What I'm saying is that I have something else that may be of interest to you, and if you're willing to take it, then I can give all of these tomes to you for free," the woman replied with a composed smile. "Oh. What is it that you want to show me?" Hanli asked as his expression eased slightly. "Please wait for a moment, the item in question is quite valuable, so I've stored it in the back room." The woman rose to her feet with a smile before making her way toward the rear of the store. Hanli merely waited in silence on the spot, and moments later, the woman emerged with a black metal box. There were 2 azure talismans plastered over the surface of the box in a crisscross formation, indicating that the box was housing something very important. "Please take a look at the item in the box, senior. I'm sure it'll be quite useful to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it out for your inspection," the woman said with a knowing smile. Hanli didn't waste any more time upon hearing this, and he accepted the black box before sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. Even though restriction talismans had been plastered over the box, they weren't enough to completely obstruct his spiritual sense, and he still sensed something within the box. Hanli cast his gaze toward the crystal woman with a hint of surprise on his face. "Looks like you really do know some things," Hanli said as he narrowed his eyes. "I'm working off a lot of assumptions as well, so I certainly can't say that I know everything. Why don't you open the box to see if the item inside interests you?" "This is not a good place to talk, let's go elsewhere first," the woman said with a smile. She then flipped a hand over, and a formation plate appeared over her palm. She glanced at the entrance of the shop before making a hand seal and chanting something, then pointing a finger toward the formation plate. Brilliant light instantly flashed from the formation plate, following which a vast expanse of 5-colored lights swept forth in all directions, enshrouding Hanli and the woman within. Hanli raised an eyebrow at the sight of this sudden development. He could sense powerful spatial fluctuations from within the 5-colored light, but he remained still on the spot and made no attempt to evade. The light swirled around Hanli before forming a 5-colored light formation, and Hanli felt his surroundings abruptly blur before he found himself within a murky gray space. The space was extremely small, only just over 100 feet in size, and there was nothing in it aside from a table and a pair of chairs. At this moment, Hanli was standing atop a teleportation formation that was shimmering with 5-colored light alongside the woman. "This is a small spatial rift that I had someone open up for me. There won't be any danger of our conversation being eavesdropped on here. Of course, with your powers, even without the teleportation plate, it would be a simple task to force your way back to the original space, the crystal woman explained with an elegant smile. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the spatial walls around them to find that this space was indeed quite secure, and he nodded in a content manner before sweeping a sleeve over the black box in his hand. A swath of azure light immediately flashed past, and the two talismans detached themselves from the box while the lid was flung open. A burst of black chi immediately swept forth from within, swirling around the box before attempting to spread into the surrounding area. However, Hanli seemed to have anticipated that this would happen well in advance. He merely opened his mouth in a composed manner to expel a swath of golden light, and as soon as the black chi was swept up by this light, it transformed into a black pillar of mist that was sucked straight into Hanli's stomach. What pure devilish chi! The golden light around Hanli's body intensified in brightness as if it had been enhanced by the devilish chi he'd just swallowed. This black chi was devilish chi of an extremely high degree of purity, and for a cultivator like Hanli, who was using the Provenance True Devil Arts, he was able to convert this devilish chi into magic power as long as he didn't ingest too much of it at once. A hint of astonishment flashed through the crystal woman's eyes upon seeing this. She was well aware of just how powerful the devilish chi emanating from the item in the box was, and every time she opened the box, she would have to make extensive preparations beforehand. Otherwise, if the devilish chi were to infiltrate her body, her cultivation base would be significantly damaged, and under worst-case scenarios, she could even die. At this moment, Hanli made a grabbing motion toward the box, and a black object flew out from within before landing in his grasp. This was a suit of purple armor that was around half a foot in size. Not only was it extremely sinister in appearance, there were several spikes protruding from the shoulder and knee sections of the armor. On top of that, its entire surface was filled with black patterns, and it was emanating immensely powerful devilish chi. This was a suit of armor that had undergone devilification. However, there was a large hole on the chest of the suit of armor, and the surrounding area was riddled with cracks, clearly indicating that it had been severely damaged. Hanli stared at the suit of armor in his hand with a peculiar look on his face. With his mastery of the Provenance True Devil Arts, he could naturally sense that this suit of devilish armor contained incredible power. This was definitely the most powerful suit of armor he had ever seen, and this was even after it had sustained such severe damage. If it could be fully repaired, it would truly be an unfathomably powerful suit of armor. With that in mind, Hanli's eyes began to shimmer with intrigue as he appraised the suit of armor. This suit of devilish armor is something I just so happened to come across, and in the beginning, I didn't know what it was either. However, after verification from many sources, I learned that this is a legendary suit of heavenly devilish armor. It appears that this is a suit of armor manifested by an extremely powerful heavenly devilish monarch. However, from the extensive damage suffered by the suit of armor, it's most likely the case that its former owner has already perished. Now, the suit of armor is most likely not even a tenth as powerful as it once was. However, if it were to be repaired, it should be able to recover around 20% to 30% of its former power, the crystal woman said with a smile. A heavenly devilish monarch. Those are devilish beings that are close to true spirit beings. It's no wonder that this suit of armor is imbued with such pure devilish chi. It's quite extraordinary that you were able to find something like this, Hanli said in a solemn manner. He then suddenly tossed the miniature suit of armor into the air before casting a golden incantation seal onto it. The golden light disappeared into the purple suit of armor in a flash, following which it expanded to several times its original size. At the same time, the devilish chi emanating from it also became more powerful, and it began to sweep through the surrounding area. The crystal woman's expression changed slightly at the sight of the black chi surging toward her, and she abruptly raised a hand to send several white talismans flying through the air. The talismans then exploded to form a white light barrier then shielded her within. A strange sizzling sound rang out as the devilish chi made contact with the light barrier, but it was kept at bay in the end. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. 2 potential avenues. Go ahead, Han Li prompted. 3 months from now, the Lucky Cloud auction house of Cloud City will be selling a holy race thorn devilish beast inner core as one of their auction items. From what I've heard, that devilish core is extremely rare, and even some of the holy race beings in the city have set their eyes on it, the woman disclosed in a slow voice. Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this. He did indeed possess considerable wealth, but he certainly wouldn't be confident that his wealth could exceed that of body integration stage beings. Those old monsters had all lived for tens of thousands of years, and the wealth they've accumulated during this time was most definitely quite staggering. Of course, if he exchanged all of the spirit medicines and materials he was carrying into spirit stones, he'd be able to keep up in the bidding with all those old monsters, but he was alone in an unfamiliar place, so it certainly wouldn't be wise to flaunt his wealth in such a blatant manner. If he were to do so, he'd most likely be singled out as a target even before he could purchase the devilish core. He didn't want to draw trouble to himself, and with that in mind, he quickly shook his head as he replied, "If there are going to be holy race beings participating in the bidding, then there's no way I'll be able to outbid them, so that won't work." "Oh, in that case, we'll have to take the second avenue. You must be quite new here in Cloud City, right, Senior? Have you heard of the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges?" the woman asked with a smile. "I know that such a place exists, but I don't really know anything about it," Han Li replied in a truthful manner. "It's not unusual for you to have limited knowledge about that place. It only appeared in the past 10,000 years, and very few people outside of Cloud City are aware of its existence." "Allow me to tell you about it in greater detail," the woman chuckled. "Then I'll have to trouble you to enlighten me, fellow Daoist." Han Li nodded in response as the map he'd purchased earlier surfaced in his mind. The Golden Devil Mountain Ranges was none other than one of the landmarks annotated on the map. Approximately 10,000 years ago, a spatial storm suddenly appeared on a stretch of barren land about a month's travel away from Cloud City. For some reason, a set of black mountain ranges emerged in the area in the aftermath of the spatial storm. The mountain ranges were entirely enshrouded under dense devilish chi, and the space above it was extremely unstable with spatial rifts popping up quite regularly. Vast amounts of devilish chi surged from these spatial rifts, and some high-grade devilish beast also emerged from them, including some holy-grade devilish beasts. Within a short span of time, the area in a radius of several millions of kilometers around the mountain ranges had been transformed into a devilish realm, and this area continued to expand. This incident eventually drew the attention of the holy race beings in our heavenly cloud races, and several holy race beings of the 6th and 7th tiers were deployed to the area, combing their powers to kill most of the holy grade devilish beasts that had appeared there. After that, they ventured into the center of the mountain ranges to try and put an end to everything, the woman recounted with a solemn expression. Han Li's heart stirred as soon as the woman mentioned the vast amounts of devilish chi that had surged out of the spatial rifts, and he almost instantly thought back to the infernal river that he'd encountered back in the flying spirit race. The woman suddenly sighed at this moment before continuing, "No one knows what those holy race beings encountered in the mountain ranges, but they stayed there for half a year before finally returning. After that, they issued an order to completely seal off the area using a restriction, leaving only a single entrance. They then sent news back to the heavenly cloud races, informing everyone that the matter had been resolved, and that there will no longer be any more devilish chi or devilish beasts emerging from the spatial rifts. They said that the demonic area was only going to maintain its current size and spread no further, but at the same time, they didn't allow any holy race beings to enter the area. Strangely enough, those with cultivation bases inferior to that of holy race beings were permitted to enter the area to kill the devilish beasts there, as well as to scour for inner cores and precious materials. However, there was only 1 month of each year during which the area could be accessed, and beings couldn't stay in there for a month at a time. After that, they'll have to leave the area, and as soon as the month passes, the exit will be closed. With the powerful devilish chi there, even devilish cultivators won't be able to stay in there for too long. Otherwise, they'll most definitely undergo devilification and turn into mindless devilish beings. At the same time, it really is a good place to secure precious materials that could be exchanged for spirit stones, so during the first few years, large numbers of high-grade beings would flock to the mountain ranges during the designated months. However, after a while, those numbers slowly dwindled, and at present, almost no one dares to enter the area anymore. Why is that? Han Li asked with a curious look on his face. The rate of deaths and casualties is simply far too high. Those who can return from the mountain ranges do indeed return with bountiful rewards, but only around 80% to 90% of beings return each year. During the first few years, this was not enough to deter adventurers, but this trend continued year after year. Even though large numbers of devilish beasts were being slain each year, the number of high-grade devilish beasts in there never seemed to dwindle, so of course everyone grew to fear the place. Not only are there countless high-grade devilish beasts in the devilish area, there are even a few holy-grade devilish beasts in there. Most of the time, they reside at the center of the mountain ranges, but if one were to encounter such a devilish beast, they were as good as dead. Truth be told, those who enter the mountain ranges don't even know if they're the ones hunting the devilish beasts or if they're the prey being hunted instead. Thankfully, the more powerful the devilish beast, the deeper they reside in the mountain ranges, so it's not easy to encounter them on the outskirts of the area. Otherwise, no one would dare to go in at all. As such, the Golden Devil Mountain ranges gradually became a place that people loved to hate, the Crystal Woman explained with a smile. Have you told me all this because you want me to enter the area and kill the holy-grade devilish beasts in there? Han Li asked as he stroked his chin. Xian, Han Li murmured to himself before nodding as he said, seeing as I don't have to venture deep into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges and the holy-grade devilish beast has been severely debilitated, this is a risk worth taking. However, let me make this clear, if things aren't as you say they are or I find that the undertaking is somehow riskier than I expected for whatever reason, I'll bail out right away. Also, on the day that the mountain ranges open up, I want you to come with me in person and lead the way. Lastly, if the holy-grade devilish beast really does possess the bloodline of a giant mountain ape, you have to split half of its true spirit blood with me. If you don't agree to any of the aforementioned conditions, then the deal is off. Han Li adopted quite a serious expression as he spoke. Xian contemplated his conditions momentarily before nodding as she replied, "All right, I accept those conditions." A smile appeared on Han Li's face in response to her prompt agreement. Thus, he spoke no further as he flicked his wrist, and a storage bracelet instantly flew out of his sleeve. He pointed a finger at the bracelet, and a swath of azure light instantly swept forth, following which a dozen or so vials and boxes of different sizes and materials abruptly appeared in mid-air. On top of that, there were also several tens of top-grade spirit stones that were shimmering with lights of different colors. At your current cultivation base, these pills and medicines should be enough to support your cultivation until the low and intermediate tiers of the upper race, and they can even assist you in breaking through bottlenecks. However, their effectiveness will differ from person to person. As for these materials, I expended a lot of effort to collect them. Take a look and see if they're to your liking, Han Li said in an indifferent voice. Many of these pills had been consumed by Han Li in the past, and he'd even brought out his remaining 2 vials of true toad liquid, so he wasn't afraid that the woman would be discontent with his offering. As for the materials, those were of a slightly lower caliber, but they had been obtained from the 2 spatial tempering stage demon beasts that he'd slain back in the Flame Coral Islands, so they were also extremely precious and rare. In contrast, the top-grade spirit stones really had been quite difficult to come by, even for him, and bringing out so many at once was far from a pleasant experience for him. As expected, after examining the pills and materials, a hint of elation appeared on the woman's face. All of these items are quite precious, and along with those top-grade spirit stones, there's certainly enough to exchange for this suit of devilish armor, the woman said with a smile as she stowed everything away. I'm glad to hear that. We have a deal, then. I'll leave you with a myriad distance talisman, and I won't be leaving Cloud City anytime soon. When the Golden Devil mountain ranges are about to open up, you can inform me using that talisman. Han Li smiled as azure light flashed from his storage bracelet at his behest, following which a palm-sized jade badge flew out from within. The storage bracelet then flew back as a streak of azure light, fitting itself around Han Li's wrist in a flash. All right, I'll remember to use the talisman when the time comes. The crystal woman nodded with a smile as she caught the jade badge. Han Li didn't say anything further as he made a hand seal and began to chant something. The golden projection and the suit of purple armor that it was wearing both disappeared in the flash, and at the same time, the nascent soul within Han Li's Dantian smiled as a purple suit of armor appeared over its chubby body. The rest of the process was quite simple. The woman teleported the two of them back to the shop using her formation plate, and Han Li immediately departed. Before even saying anything, Jia Tianmu suddenly clapped his hands together twice, and footsteps sounded from a side door, thereby drawing Han Li's attention toward that direction. Moments later, a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s emerged into the hall. She was wearing a yellow palatial dress and was holding a long wooden box as she strode into the room in an elegant manner. The woman made her way to the center of the hall, then placed the wooden box in her hands onto the side table in front of Han Li before standing off to the side in a respectful manner. Han Li merely took a cursory glance at the wooden box before turning his attention to the woman with a peculiar look in his narrowed eyes. Has my servant caught your eye, fellow Daoist Han? If you like her, how about I give her to you? Jia Tianmu chuckled upon seeing this. It's not that, I was marveling at just how extraordinary sentient puppets truly are. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also proficient in puppetry myself, I'd be fooled into thinking that this sentient puppet was an actual person. The spiritual pressure emanating from her body is remarkably similar to that of a normal cultivator, Han Li praised with a smile on his face. Not only was Jia Tianmu not dejected upon hearing this, he burst into hearty laughter instead. Ha, so you've figured it out, fellow Daoist Han. TSK, among the fellow Taoists who have visited my cave abode, you are definitely the first below the holy race to discover that this servant of mine is only a puppet. I refined this puppet myself many years ago, and it swindled many of my good friends since then. He seemed to be quite impressed that Han Li had been able to identify his servant as a puppet. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Jia. From the looks of it, this sentient puppet isn't very powerful, but it certainly does greatly resemble a human, Han Li mused with a smile as he appraised the puppet, which was virtually identical to a real human being. You do indeed have a brilliant discerning eye, brother Han. This is the first sentient puppet that I've ever refined, and it's only a third-tier upper race puppet. I decided to solely pursue crafting a sentient puppet with the most spiritual nature at the time, but unfortunately, even after I've nurtured the puppet for so long, its spiritual nature hasn't been enhanced in the slightest. Jia Tianmu sighed as he turned toward the servant with a wishful look on his face. At this moment, the servant suddenly turned and smiled at Jia Tianmu in an extremely humanized manner, but its smile then instantly faded as it adopted a blank and wooden expression again. Han Li was a little speechless upon seeing this. Have a look at the sentient puppet in the box and see if you're happy with it, brother Han, Jia Tianmu prompted after withdrawing his gaze from his servant. All right, then I'll go ahead. Han Li nodded as he swept a sleeve over the table, and a swath of azure light surged forth. The long wooden box opened following a crisp crack, revealing the item within. Han Li focused his gaze on the item, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. There was a white snake that was around a foot in length sitting inside the box. Its entire body was glittering and translucent, with a layer of white spiritual light radiating from it. This is a new type of sentient puppet that I refined not long ago. It possesses a cultivation base that's roughly the same as yours at around the 7th tier of the upper race, but even though it's not all that powerful, it possesses 2 forms. If it weren't for the fact that you've saved my life, I really wouldn't be willing to part with this puppet, Jia Tianmu said with a slightly forlorn look in his eyes. 2 forms. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. Indeed. Even though I haven't infused my blood essence into it to perform a master recognition ceremony, I can still show you its basic abilities. Jia Tianmu made a hand seal as he spoke, then pointed a finger toward the wooden box in Han Li's hands. A beam of white light immediately shot forth from his fingertip, disappearing into the white snake's body in a flash. Spiritual light flashed, and the motionless snake suddenly sprang to life. Brilliant white light erupted from its body, and it transformed into a streak of white light as it flew out of the wooden box. Immediately thereafter, it swelled drastically to become a white python that was several tens of feet in length before circling around in the air. The python had a pair of crimson eyes while its body was entirely covered in shimmering white scales. A violent aura was emanating from the puppet, and it really did seem to be completely identical to a real giant python. Due to the fact that the teleportation formation needs to be kept in good condition, it's often serviced, and that's taken care of by the crystal race, the stone cocoon race, the multi-hand race, and our myriad ancient race. Fellow Daoist Han, are you interested in the teleportation formation itself or are you interested in using it? Jia Tianmu asked with a thoughtful expression on his face. Jia Tianmu was extremely proficient in the art of puppetry, so he certainly wasn't a dense idiot. As such, he was able to instantly glean Han Li's intentions. I do indeed wish to use the teleportation formation to get to another continent. As things currently were, Han Li saw no point in hiding the truth, so he decided to come clean. It'll be quite difficult for you to access the teleportation formation, Brother Han. Jia Tianmu chuckled with a wry smile and shook his head. I'm aware that using this teleportation formation requires the expenditure of a vast amount of energy, but I just wanted to ask if it's possible for me to secure approval to use this teleportation formation as an outsider, Han Li asked in a slow voice. His expression remained unchanged, but he was actually quite nervous to hear the answer. After all, this was his main objective for visiting Jia Tianmu. After a brief pause, Jia Tianmu replied, "Truth be told, if you were a holy race being from one of our heavenly cloud races, then it certainly wouldn't be difficult for you to request access to the super teleportation formation. Seeing as you satisfy neither of those criteria, it'll be extremely difficult for you. However, with an invasion from the Jiaoqi race almost an imminent inevitability, there's a slight chance that an exception could be made. If you make some significant contributions for the heavenly cloud races in the battle against the Jiaoqi race army, then perhaps there's a chance that access could be granted to you. However, I'm only responsible for puppet refinement, so you'll have to discuss the specific details with the elders. On top of that, due to the imminent battle, our 13 races are all inviting guest members. I've already told the elders about how you were able to easily slay several Jiaoqi beings of the same cultivation base, and they're quite interested in you as well." Han Li's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this. With his personality, the last thing he wanted to do was to become embroiled in a battle between two major powers. In such a large-scale battle concerning so many powerful beings, even a being of his powers could easily perish. "Thank you for this information, I'll be sure to consider my options carefully. I'll have to trouble you to act as the middleman if I ever wish to request an audience with the elders of the 13 races," Han Li requested with a serious nod. "That's no problem at all, especially after you've given me such a precious gift," Jia Tianmu replied without any hesitation. A smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. After that, Han Li spoke no further about the teleportation formation, instead choosing to discuss puppetry with him. As soon as the discussion moved on to puppets, Jia Tianmu's eyes immediately lit up, and he became a lot more talkative, as if a whole new can of worms had been opened. With his astonishing mastery in the art of puppetry, many of his insights quite brilliant even to Hanli, and Hanli learned a lot from their conversation. In contrast, Hanli had obtained the puppetry technique from the monarch of Soul Divergence, so he also had some unique insights to offer, much to the surprise and elation of Jia Tianmu. Half a day later, Hanli departed from Radiant Cloud Mountain and returned to the inn. As soon as he entered his room, Hanli activated the restriction he'd set up to completely seal off the place. He then casually strode over to a corner of the room before sitting down in a cross-legged manner. He hadn't found the answer that he was looking for, but he did gain a better understanding of the super teleportation formation, as well as a very versatile sentient puppet. Hanli swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and azure light flashed as a long wooden box appeared in his hands. Immediately thereafter, a layer of azure light and a layer of five-colored light appeared in unison. Even after setting up the 2 additional barriers, Hanli still wasn't content. He thrust a hand into the air, and a black shadow shot forth from his palm, transforming into a miniature black mountain that was only around a foot tall, hovering above his head. Spiritual light flashed, and a layer of gray light emanated from the underside of the miniature mountain, forming a light barrier that encompassed an area with a radius of several tens of feet around Hanli. Thus, the area around Hanli was in complete lockdown. Hanli had already examined the crimson talismans plastered to the surface of the box. They were nothing special and were only used to repress the aura of the item inside the box. On top of that, he had already formulated a plan to remove these talismans. For others, this would most likely prove to be quite a troublesome prospect, but he possessed several abilities that were extremely effective against restrictions. Thus, after securing his room with a series of light barriers, Hanli tossed the jade box into the air, where it hovered motionlessly at his behest. He then reached out with a pristine white hand toward the jade box, while the divine essence-fused light barrier being emitted by the miniature mountain became noticeably denser. At the same time, 5 white skulls emerged from his fingertips, all of which swelled in size before hurtling toward the jade box. Break! Hanli issued a command as he pointed at the 5 skulls, and all of them opened their mouths in unison to expel a wave of 5-colored glacial flames that swept up the jade box within. An astonishing scene then ensued. As the 5-colored glacial flames converged toward the box, the crimson talismans detached themselves from the box's lid of their own accord. The talismans should have been quite light and sprightly, but due to the effects of the 5-colored glacial flames, they were moving a lot more slowly than they normally would, and Hanli was able to clearly see the process through which they were separating from the box. This brief period of time was enough for Hanli to assess all of the changes taking place within the box. All of a sudden, his expression darkened, and the 5-colored glacial flames surging around the jade box transformed into a massive 5-colored hand, which forcibly removed the lid on the box. A burst of extremely unstable yet powerful fluctuations erupted from the box into the air, following which a golden ball of light shot forth, only to be caught in and completely immobilized by the 5-colored hand. Right at this moment, a resounding thump rang out as a red light formation surfaced around the jade box. The formation then swelled and shrank, looking as if it were about to explode. Hanli glanced at the light formation, and the terrifying spiritual power imbued within it was quite harrowing even to him. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal, and the massive 5-colored hand locked firmly around the golden and silver ball of light before whizzing toward the corner as a streak of 5-colored light. At the same time, the divine essence-fused light in the nearby area suddenly tightened to form a dense gray pillar of light that trapped the light formation within. In the next instant, the light formation exploded, and a white halo immediately appeared within the pillar of light. The pillar of light then began to tremor violently as a series of strange ripples appeared over its surface, looking as if it were going to be vanquished at any moment by the force of the explosion. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he harumphed coldly, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball transformed into a silver fire raven that rushed into the great pillar of light in a flash before plunging headfirst into the halo of white light. A bizarre turn of events then unfolded. The violent fluctuations that resembled an erupting volcano within the white halo of light suddenly receded, and at the same time, the halo of light shrank drastically at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Within just the span of a few breaths, it had disappeared completely, and in its place was the silver fire raven. The bird had swelled to several times its original size, and it was in the process of sucking one final wisp of white light into its stomach. Han Li finally heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. He waved a hand, and the silver fire raven spread its wings before flying back to him, disappearing into his body in a flash. At this moment, brilliant golden and silver light were radiating from the badge, and the traces of blood on it were rapidly vanishing. No, they weren't vanishing, they were being absorbed by the badge. Han Li's lips twitched, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the badge suddenly let loose a long cry akin to that of a dragon's roar. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of golden and silver light erupted into the air, completely disregarding the divine essence-fused light and the restrictive light barriers that he'd set up earlier, then puncturing the roof and climbing straight into the heavens. Han Li's expression instantly darkened significantly upon seeing this. He immediately waved a sleeve through the air, and a swath of azure light swept forth from within as he attempted to recover the badge. However, an incredible turn of events then unfolded. Even as the azure light swept toward the badge, it completely refused to budge, and it only continued to blast a pillar of golden and silver light into the sky. Han Li's heart sank as a wry smile appeared on his face. With the massive commotion that this badge was causing, there was no way that what he was doing would go by unnoticed. It wouldn't take long before someone came to investigate what was going on. With that in mind, a series of thoughts flashed rapidly through Han Li's mind, and he immediately sprang into action. Specks of light of different colors instantly appeared out of thin air at his behest, and he instantly stowed away the miniature black mountain as well as the formation plates he'd set up earlier. He then paused before making his way toward a corner of the room, where he sat down expressionlessly in a cross-legged manner, paying no further heed to the badge that was hovering in mid-air. A short while later, light flashed from the four walls and the door of the room at the same time, following which a few black-armored warriors of Cloud City emerged in the room in a wraith-like manner. All of them faltered slightly at the sight of the badge that was causing such a big commotion, then turned to Han Li in unison with a cold look in their eyes. However, their expressions then changed slightly after verifying Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense to find that he was far more powerful than them. The leader of the armored warrior adopted a slightly more benevolent expression as he asked, "Is that your treasure? Are you not aware that activating powerful treasures and using too much spiritual power is prohibited in Cloud City?" Seeing as Han Li's cultivation base was far superior to theirs, they didn't dare to show him any disrespect before figuring out what was going on. "I encountered some issues while refining this treasure, but I'll sort things out right away." Han Li was quite calm and collected, and he made a grabbing motion toward the badge from afar as he spoke. A massive translucent hand instantly appeared in the air before grabbing down toward the badge. However, despite Han Li's best efforts to drag the badge down toward him, it refused to move so much as a single inch, as if it were completely locked in space somehow. Confused expressions appeared on the faces of the armored warriors in the room upon seeing this, and Han Li's lips also twitched in response to this situation. He took a deep breath, and just as he was about to exert more force on the badge, an indifferent male voice suddenly sounded from outside the room. "Don't bother. The vast glacial badge has already been activated by you in advance, and it's locked onto a spatial position, so it won't move no matter what you do to it unless you shatter all of the space in a radius of 1,000 feet. As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations rippled throughout the room, and an indistinct humanoid figure emerged out of thin air. All of the armored warriors' expressions changed upon seeing this humanoid figure, and they bowed in unison as their leader greeted in a respectful manner. The members of the 73rd Enforcement Squad pays their respects to Elder Bai. The humanoid figure was a man in a brocade robe who appeared to be quite young, but both his hair and beard were snowy white in color. There's no mistaking it, this is indeed a vast glacial badge. TSK, I'd thought that all of these badges had fallen into the hands of the Jiaoqi race, but who would have thought that there'd be one here? In contrast with his snowy white hair and beard, the man had a pair of thick black eyebrows. There was an elated expression on his square face, and he paid no heed to anyone else as he stared up at the shimmering golden and silver badge hovering in midair. Han Li was seated in the corner, and his expression abruptly changed as he swept his spiritual sense toward this newcomer. This man's spiritual power was quite unfathomable, indicating that he was a body integration stage being. The man withdrew his gaze, then waved a hand toward the armored warriors before turning his attention to Han Li. Are you the one who activated this vast glacial badge? I want to deny that, but it doesn't really seem possible at this point. Han Li sighed with a wry smile on his face. Why would you deny this? You've encountered a massive stroke of luck, the man said with a hint of a smile on his face as he appraised Han Li through narrowed eyes. A massive stroke of luck. What do you? Han Li's expression changed slightly, yet just as he was about to ask a question, the man's brows furrowed as he abruptly turned toward one of the walls of the room. Brother Tsang, seeing as you're already here, why don't you show yourself? Are you planning to hand over this vast glacial badge to our water wraith race? Not many vast glacial badges have appeared on this occasion, so every single badge is extremely valuable. Would your water wraith race dare to take one for yourselves? Without the myriad ancient race to set up and activate the required formation, the badge will be useless to you even if you do take it, a cold voice replied. A black shadow then flashed on the wall that the white-haired young man was staring at, following which a shadowy figure that was enshrouded under gray light appeared in a soundless manner. The figure was standing close to the wall, completely motionless, as if it were an insubstantial object. The cold voice just then had sounded directly from within the gray light. As opposed to becoming enraged, the white-haired man merely chuckled, hee, I'm naturally aware of this. However, if this fellow Daoist wishes to join our water wraith race, then it won't be an issue for us to use this vast glacial badge to take some of our brethren into the vast glacial realm, right? That would be fine, of course, but this fellow Daoist doesn't seem to have expressed any intention of joining your race. Perhaps he'd rather become a guest member of our demon race, the shadowy figure referred to as Tsang replied in a completely emotionless voice. Is that so? That's rather hard to say. If I recall correctly, there is an unspoken rule among our 13 races. If two races set their eyes on an outsider at the same time, the other race can only extend an invitation after said outsider has rejected the invitation from the first race. Fellow Daoist, I am Bai Yu of the Water Wraith race, and I'm officially extending an invitation to you to become a guest member of our race. If you're willing to join our race, I can promise you that we'll help you advance a tier in your cultivation base within 100 years, and we'll also offer you a variety of other immense benefits. The white-haired man turned his gaze away from Tsang and extended a formal offer to Han Li. However, he stared intently into Han Li's eyes as he spoke, and a strange iridescent light rapidly swirled within his own eyes, seemingly emitting an invisible power that threatened to suck away the beholder's sense of reason. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and as soon as he looked into Bai Yu's iridescent eyes, his spiritual sense blurred, and almost reflexively opened his mouth to accept the offer being extended toward him. However, in the next instant, he activated his great development technique, and his pupils contracted as piercing blue light appeared in his eyes, thereby allowing him to resist the strange captivating force of the white-haired man's eyes. At the same time, Han Li regained clarity in his spiritual sense, following which a burst of fury welled up in his heart. This white-haired young man appeared to be quite honest and benevolent, yet he had used a captivation technique to try and sway Han Li's decision. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed his bright-sight spirit eyes, he would have most likely been drawn into accepting his offer just then. The white-haired young man faltered upon seeing this before a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Tsang Ying was also rather taken aback by this development, but he then burst into laughter as he said in a derisive tone, "Ha, I didn't think that your iridescent illusionary eyes would fail to take effect on a being below the holy race. Stop trying to play your little tricks, fellow Daoist Bai. As you said yourself, the rule stipulating that invitations had to be made in sequential order to outsiders is only an unspoken one. In the face of the vast glacial badge, none of our 13 races would be willing to follow an unofficial rule like that." The white-haired man's expression quickly returned to normal, and he cast a meaningful glance toward Han Li before turning to Nagging. "Seeing as this fellow Daoist has no intention of joining our water wraith race, I naturally won't force him to do so against his will. Brother Tsang Ying, aren't you going to try and invite this fellow Daoist to join your demon race? This matter concerns a vast glacial badge, which is an item of the utmost importance, so neither of us can decide which race he will join. In that case, I'm not going to waste my efforts doing something that won't lead to anything," Tsang Ying harumphed in response. Bai Yu merely smiled and remained silent upon hearing this. Tsang Ying also chuckled as he fell silent as well. As for Han Li, he also refrained from saying anything as the blue light in his eyes faded. Thus, the room became extremely silent, and the nearby armored warriors were left staring blankly at one another, wondering what they should do in this situation. However, this silence was broken just moments later. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out from the other side of the door, following which an elderly voice sounded. "I am Qian Jizi of the Myriad Ancient Race. Would I be able to see the owner of this place?" Bai Yu's face paled slightly upon hearing this elderly voice, and the gray light around Tsang Ying's body rippled unsteadily as well. Han Li immediately replied, "Please come in, senior. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to my humble abode." Upon hearing Han Li's polite response, the elderly man didn't delay any longer. Spiritual light flashed, and he passed directly through the door, appearing in the room in the next instant. This was a chubby yellow-robed elderly man with a strange woven basket on his back. He wasn't very tall, and he had a set of benevolent facial features. "Fellow Daoist Bai, fellow Daoist Tsang Ying, I didn't expect to see you two here," the elderly man greeted in a warm voice, as if he really were only just finding out that these two beings were in the room. "Greetings, fellow Daoist, the two of us have only just arrived as well." Indeed. This was an invitation that was being extended by a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so he certainly wouldn't dare to refuse it. As such, he could only respectfully reply, "If you don't mind my intrusion, I'd love to accompany you, senior." Qian Jizi could see the hesitation in Han Li's eyes, and he chuckled, "Haha, not to worry, fellow Daoist Han. Setting aside everything else, you are the one who saved Master Jia's life, and our myriad ancient race isn't one to repay kindness with animosity." Han Li could naturally only proclaim that those were never his thoughts. The rest of the process was quite simple. The armored warriors departed at Qian Jizi's behest to gather more of their comrades to this place, temporarily placing the area in a radius of several kilometers into a state of lockdown. As for this inn, it was naturally also isolated as the epicenter of the incident. Thus, a completely oblivious and stunned Xiang Zhili was summoned to the room, and Han Li could only appraise the situation with a resigned smile. After that, Han Li and the elderly man departed from the inn while the vast glacial badge remained there with countless armored warriors guarding the place. Bai Yu and Tsang Ying didn't remain in this place for much longer before taking their leave. However, Han Li and the elderly man didn't travel through the city via flight. Instead, there was a carriage being drawn by a pair of giant golden lion spirit beasts waiting on the side of the street beside the inn. The elderly man invited Hanli onto the carriage, and the giant lions rose up several feet above the ground before charging along at an incredible speed. Qian Jizi didn't have any intention to engage in an in-depth conversation with Hanli inside the carriage. He merely made some small talk before closing his eyes to meditate. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, but countless thoughts were racing through his mind as he considered just why he was being taken. The elderly man had assured him that he was only trying to repay Hanli for saving Jia Tianmu, but he certainly wasn't going to allow himself to be convinced by that. Even if he had saved Jia Tianmu, the favor had already been repaid by the sentient puppet that had been given to him. However, it appeared that they required his assistance to enter this so-called vast glacial realm, seeing as his blood essence had activated the vast glacial badge. In that case, he could perhaps use that as leverage to see if he could be granted access to use the super teleportation formation. Thus, he was still useful to the heavenly cloud races, so they definitely wouldn't plot against him right away. With that in mind, he was feeling a lot more reassured. The beast-drawn carriage that he was currently riding in was significantly faster than the other carriages he'd ridden in before, and it didn't take long for the carriage to reach the 8 cloud mountains. Hanli cast his gaze out the window at the 8 massive mountains in the distance, and a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. Was this Qian Jizi taking him back to his cave abode? A short while later, just as the beast-drawn carriage was approaching one of the 8 mountains, it suddenly changed directions and skirted around the mountain, flying toward the area behind it instead. Hanli was a little surprised by this, but after the beast-drawn carriage traveled around the mountain, he discovered that there was a small fortress that was several kilometers in size beyond the mountain. The fortress wasn't very large, but there were 7 or 8 layers of city walls around it. Each successive layer of the city walls was taller than the previous one as they approached the fortress, and just the outermost wall was already over 1,000 feet tall, while the innermost wall appeared to be close to 10,000 feet in height. From a distance, it appeared to be a fortress, but it was probably more accurate to call it a giant tower. Through the use of his bright sight spirit eyes, Hanli could clearly see that there were silvery white statues situated atop the city walls as intervals of just over 1,000 feet. These statues all differed in appearance, with some being carved to resemble beasts while others were more humanoid in shape. The largest of these statues were over 1,000 feet tall, and even the smallest were 700 to 800 feet tall. All of them were completely stationary, but there was an indescribable menacing aura emanating from their bodies. All of a sudden, a clear voice sounded from outside the hall. In summary, there are many rare and precious items to be found in the vast glacial realm, but what you find in there will be down to your luck. Immediately thereafter, a streak of white light hurtled in through the gate, and the light faded to reveal a middle-aged man in a set of brocade robes. He had a pale face with a pair of thin and long eyes, as well as a distinctive hook nose. "You sure got here quite quickly, Elder Ma. I had thought that Brother Huang would get here before you," Qian Jizi greeted the middle-aged man with a warm smile. It was quite obvious that this was another body integration stage elder of the myriad ancient race. Nat Hanli hurriedly rose to his feet to extend a respectful salute. Elder Huang has recently been refining a batch of pills, and even if he received the news before me, it'd most likely take a while for him to get here. "Is the fellow Daoist the one who activated the vast glacial badge?" the middle-aged man asked as he turned an indifferent gaze toward Hanli. "Indeed, senior." Hanli could only reply in a truthful manner. 7th tier upper race, not bad. Your magic power seems to be over twice as abundant as beings of the same cultivation base, and even upper race beings of the 8th or 9th tiers won't want to face you in battle." For some reason, this Elder Ma decided to disclose his observation surrounding Hanli's cultivation base. Hanli was quite stunned that the elderly man was able to glean so much from a single cursory glance, but his expression remained quite polite and respectful as he explained, I have some special cultivation arts, so my magic power is indeed slightly more abundant than normal. It's not just slightly more abundant. If a being of a higher cultivation base were to engage you in battle, thinking that they'd enjoy an easy victory, you'd most likely be able to turn the tables on them with ease. Your spiritual sense seems to be completely out of place in an upper race being as well. Golden light flashed past the middle-aged man's face as he unleashed some kind of secret technique, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he gleaned Han Li's immensely powerful spiritual sense. Han Li's calm facade finally cracked a little upon hearing this as a hint of astonishment crept onto his face. Alright, Elder Ma, you can stop flaunting your divine inspection technique now. It isn't really all that strange that fellow Daoist Han is far more powerful than beings of the same cultivation base. After all, he slew several such beings with ease while saving Master Jia, so it would be foolish to regard him as a normal upper race being. The elderly man wasn't surprised in the slightest by Elder Ma's findings. I see. Forgive me for my impudence, fellow Daoist, please take a seat, the middle-aged man chuckled before sitting down beside Qian Jizi. Han Li finally managed to recompose himself before also sitting down with a wry smile on his face. I heard on my way here that the two of you were discussing matters surrounding the vast glacial realm, and it sounded to me like you don't know much about it, fellow Daoist Han. What's the point in speaking in such a roundabout manner, Brother Qian? Just lay out the information in the most straightforward manner possible, Elder Ma urged, seemingly with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Qian Jizi splayed his hands open upon hearing this, and a slightly resigned look appeared on his face as he replied, I was just about to do that, but your arrival cut me off. Now that you mention it, my entrance was indeed rather abrupt, the middle-aged man chuckled. Seeing as you're here, why don't you tell fellow Daoist Han about the vast glacial realm yourself, Brother Ma? After all, you once entered the realm in person, so you're far more qualified to talk about it than I am, Qian Jizi suggested. Everyone knows that there will at least be an additional 30% chance of breaking through a bottleneck in there, so no race would allow so many high-grade beings to appear in their enemy races. Elder Ma seemed to be musing absent-mindedly to himself, but also explaining things for Han Li to hear. Han Li's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. Not only that, but there have been countless instances of beings killing others in their over-treasures and spirit medicines. However, the most perilous aspect of the vast glacial realm is actually the realm itself. No one had seen a living immortal in there, but there are some incredibly powerful ancient beasts in there, each and every one of which is far too powerful for any of the beings that venture into the realm to face. If you encounter a more mild-tempered one, you could simply give it a wide berth and go around it without much trouble. However, if you encounter a violent one that actively attacks even without being provoked, then you'll have to pray that you survive that ordeal somehow. On top of that, there are many terrifying restrictions in the vast glacial realm that are suspected to have been left behind by immortals. If you stumble into one of those, then you're most likely as good as dead as well. Hence, it's quite often the case that less than half the number of people that enter the realm actually return, Qian Jizi added. Han Li's expression darkened involuntarily upon hearing this. After a lengthy silence, he asked, Senior Qian, Senior Ma, may I ask when and how the vast glacial realm was discovered? You've stumped us there. No one knows exactly when the vast glacial realm appeared, but it had most likely been discovered by the races that resided here during ancient times. It's said that an extremely important battle between the races had broken out at the time, and profound heavenly treasures had been used during the battle. The combined powers of several profound heavenly treasures shattered space at the time, thereby opening up a passageway to the vast glacial realm. As for how the vast glacial badges appeared, we really have no clue. It was as if the badges appeared as soon as the vast glacial realm appeared. In the beginning, There were over 1,000 vast glacial badges, but after so many years, most of them have been destroyed, the elderly man replied. The method of entering and exiting the vast glacial realm is also quite unique. When entering the realm, the badge is required, but when leaving the realm, the badges have to be left in there before one can depart. After over 10,000 years, the vast glacial realm will open up once again, and the badges will somehow reappear all over the Thunder Continent. On top of that, the badges can't teleport beings at or above the holy race, so none of the elders of the 13 races can access the realm. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so troublesome. By the way, I'm really curious about how you managed to obtain this vast glacial badge, fellow Daoist Han. Elder Ma turned to Han Li in an expressionless manner as he spoke. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing Elder Ma's shift in demeanor, but he remained calm as he replied, I actually received this vast glacial badge from a certain fellow Daoist Yuan of your myriad ancient race. At the time, the city we were situated in had been surrounded by the Jiaoqi race, so fellow Daoist Yuan gave a jade box to each of his companions, including myself, so we could take them away from the city. He asked us to give the boxes to any one of the 13 heavenly cloud races, and to destroy them if we found ourselves unable to get away from our Jiaoqi race pursuers. I was quite curious about what was in the box, so I decided to open it, and I unwittingly activated this badge in the process. Someone with a Yuan surname. In that case, it has to be the one responsible for Green Light City. Rather than being surprised to hear this, Qian Jizi merely nodded in a calm manner. It appeared that he'd already guessed the origin of this badge. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he said, We haven't received any news of other vast glacial badges being gathered by the other races in Cloud City, so that means all of the other badges must have fallen into the hands of the Jiaoqi race. That's most likely the case. Apparently, they have 2 holy race beings leading their army, and they've even deployed a fortress-level battle arc, so it's already extremely fortunate that fellow Daoist Han was able to bring just a single badge back to us, Qian Jizi sighed. In that case, things will be quite troublesome for us. Our 13 races combined only have 17 or 18 badges, that's much less than usual. In contrast, the number of Jiaoqi beings that will enter the vast glacial realm will increase significantly, Elder Ma said with a grim expression. There's nothing we can do about that. We've gathered all of the vast glacial badges we could, and when we received news that 5 more badges had been discovered, we thought that we'd stumbled upon a figurative gold mine. However, the Jiaoqi race suddenly attacked at this crucial juncture before we could transport the 5 badges to Cloud City, which has led to them being lost, Qian Jizi sighed as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Elder Ma nodded before suddenly turning to Han Li as he said in an implacable tone, In that case, there's no point in wasting time with words. Fellow Daoist Han, you'll have to accompany our myriad ancient race nominees into the vast glacial realm on this occasion. In that case, it looks like I have no choice but to comply, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. There's no need to be so depressed, fellow Daoist Han. There are some perils in the vast glacial realm, but most people would do anything for a chance to enter it. Many people will envy you for the opportunity to enter the realm, Qian Jizi chuckled. My cultivation base hasn't reached a bottleneck yet, so entering the realm won't benefit me much. Instead, there's a good chance that I'll be dying in there. The risk and reward comparison simply isn't worth it, so if there's any possibility that I can be exempt from entering the realm, I would definitely pass up this opportunity. Han Li shook his head in a gloomy manner. Qian Jizi and Elder Ma exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and the former said in a slow voice, Once a vast glacial badge has been activated, only the one who has activated it can take others to the void glacial realm with them. The future of our 13 races hinges on this, so you must enter the realm, that's non-negotiable. You've carried the badge to us, so our myriad ancient race should be grateful to you, but you've activated the badge and we've given you the opportunity to enter the vast glacial realm, so we've repaid you for your efforts. However, seeing as you're being forced into the vast glacial realm against your will, you can state any condition that you may have, and we'll do our best to satisfy you." Han Li's heart abruptly jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately said, "I'm sure you know what request I have already. After returning from the vast glacial realm, I'd like to use your super teleportation formation." "You want to use the teleportation formation? If it's only once, then we should be able to arrange that. However, teleportation using that formation requires a vast expenditure of top-grade spirit stones, and you'll have to issue the spirit stones yourself. There's no way that we'll supply them for you. Furthermore, our race cannot make executive decisions on the teleportation formation, so we have to discuss this matter with the other few races. Perhaps they may also have some conditions that you must satisfy before they'll allow you to use the formation," Qian Jizi replied in a calm manner. "As long as I can use the teleportation formation, I'll naturally supply the spirit stones required. As for any other conditions that may be raised, as long as they're not conditions that are completely outside of my realm of capability, I can accept them," Han Li said with an elated look on his face. "Hee, don't be so quick to jump at this opportunity, fellow Daoist Han. Activating the super teleportation formation even just once requires so many top-grade spirit stones that even some holy race beings wouldn't be able to afford it. You may have some wealth, but it will still most likely be very difficult for you to gather enough top-grade spirit stones to use the formation. With your cultivation base, you'll be greatly valued even if you were to stay in our myriad ancient race, so why insist on traveling to other continents? I suggest you take this opportunity to change to another condition and request for some tangible benefits like pills or treasures instead. That would be ideal for both sides," Elder Ma proposed. Han Li's expression faltered upon hearing this, but he shook his head after a brief silence, and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I've already made up my mind." As opposed to being enraged by Han Li's refusal, Elder Ma only nodded indifferently and spoke no further on this matter. "By the way, when will the vast glacial realm open up? I want to make some preparations beforehand, so learning the amount of time I have left will be quite beneficial," Han Li suddenly asked. "We're not sure of the exact opening date either, but according to past experience, it'll be somewhere between several years to a century from now," Qian Jizi replied with a smile. "A century?" Han Li abruptly exclaimed upon hearing this. "For cultivators like us, a century passes in the mere blink of an eye. Surely there's no need to be so alarmed, fellow Daoist Han," the middle-aged man said as he raised an eyebrow. "My apologies, I was just surprised that it would take so long," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "You're living in the inn from before, right? That place has been placed into lockdown, and you won't be leaving Cloud City anytime soon, so why don't you move to the 8 Cloud Mountains as well, fellow Daoist Han? I'll get someone to organize a free cave abode for you so you can cultivate in peace while awaiting the opening of the vast glacial realm," Qian Jizi said. Han Li was a little taken aback by this offer, but after quickly weighing up his options, he nodded in agreement. After that, Qian Jizi and Elder Ma asked some casual questions about Han Li's origins, to which Han Li gave a few intentionally ambiguous responses. It was quite clear that Han Li didn't want to disclose too much information about himself, and the 2 myriad ancient race elders didn't insist on prying either. Not long after that, the 3rd elder of the myriad ancient race finally arrived. This was a tall and broad heavily bearded man, and he only took a glance at Han Li and delivered some absent-minded praise before hurrying away, citing the excuse that he had a half-refined batch of spirit pills in his cauldron that he had to attend to. Qian Jizi and Elder Ma could only exchange a resigned smile upon seeing this. They seemed to have already become accustomed to this Elder Huang's personality. Thus, after receiving a myriad distance talisman from Elder Ma, Han Li finally stood up to leave. Prior to his departure, Qian Jizi told him that he would discuss with the other races about the teleportation formation and organize a cave abode for him within 3 days. Hence, he could move into the 8 Cloud Mountains after that. Hanli naturally thanked the elderly man for his kindness, then left the hall and departed from the myriad ancient races' fortress on the beast-drawn carriage outside. At this moment, both Qian Jizi and Elder Ma were sitting in silence within the hall, seemingly in deep thought. What do you think? Could he be a spy from the Jiao Qi race? Qian Jizi asked. There's no way that he's a spy. Expending a vast glacial badge just to plant a spy in our heavenly cloud races is far too heavy a price to pay. Besides, he also saved Master Jiao and killed several Jiao Qi beings of the same cultivation base as himself. No matter how you look at it, the Jiao Qi race would have to be downright insane to sacrifice so much just to plant a spy. On top of that, even if he were to become a guest member of one of our 13 races, he wouldn't be able to obtain any of our confidential secrets anyway, so what would be the point? Elder Ma immediately shook his head in response. My thoughts exactly. In that case, we won't have to use a soul search technique to determine his origins. Otherwise, it could prove to be detrimental to us if we were to draw resentment from him, Qian Jizi agreed with a nod. On top of that, he possesses extremely powerful combat prowess that's no less potent than beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, so it would be greatly beneficial to our race if he could become a guest member of ours, so we should do our best to recruit him rather than get on his bad side, Elder Ma added. But he seems to be quite intent on leaving the Thunder Continent, Qian Jizi countered with furrowed brows. It's not that easy to gather so many top-grade spirit stones. Who knows how long it'll take for him to save up the spirit stones required. During this process, we'll just have to expend some effort to try and convince him to stay. Of course, if he still insists on leaving in the end, then there's no need for us to play the villains and force him to stay. Our race certainly isn't short of beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, so there's no need to risk ruining our reputation for him, Elder Ma mused. Following a brief pause, Qian Jizi nodded and said, seeing as you've already made up your mind, I have no objections. Let's talk about the news we received about the Jiao Qi race. This invasion from the Jiao Qi race is on a far larger scale than past invasions. Setting aside everything else, just the number of holy race beings they've deployed is. Elder Ma changed the subject and moved on to the Jiao Qi race invasion thereafter. Meanwhile, Hanli didn't go too far away from the 8 Cloud Mountains before disembarking from the carriage on a relatively secluded street, then found an inn to live in on a temporary basis. The inn was quite ordinary in appearance and closely resembled a building that one would see in the human race. After setting up a restriction in his room, Hanli sat down in a cross-legged manner on his bed, then began to carefully think back through his conversation with the elders of the myriad ancient race, trying to see if there were alarming aspects that he should take note of. After contemplating for a long while, he finally exhaled as his expression gradually relaxed. From what he could recall, the elders didn't seem to be plotting against him in any way, and his only concern was that the vast glacial realm could be quite dangerous. However, seeing as there were no beings at or above the body integration stage that could enter the realm, he didn't have much to fear. As long as he wasn't too greedy or ambitious and stumbled around everywhere in search of spirit medicines and treasures, he should be quite safe. He'd just have to find an obscure location to hide in and weather the storm, then return following the conclusion of the ordeal. He had already thought through all this back in the Sentient Hall, which was why he'd agreed to the conditions made by the elders without any hesitation. However, it did indeed come as quite a surprise to him that he'd have to wait for so long before the vast glacial realm were to open up. If he really did have to wait for a century, then he should be able to use his spirit pills to cultivate to the pinnacle of the early spatial tempering stage. After that, he could try and use the astonishingly abundant spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm to break through to the mid-spatial tempering stage. This was only possible as he could use the liquid produced by the mysterious veal to essentially infinitely refine the extremely rare rising dragon pills. Otherwise, for a normal cultivator, it would take at least 500 to 600 years to cultivate to the pinnacle of the early spatial tempering stage. After reaching the spatial tempering stage, further advancements required far more spiritual power to be gathered and cultivated than for progression in the deity transformation stage. Having made up his mind, white light flashed from Han Li's hand, and the jade box disappeared. After that, he sat down on the bed and entered a meditative state. For 3 consecutive days, Han Li stayed in the room without leaving even once. On this day, just as he was cultivating with golden light shimmering from his entire body, he suddenly opened his eyes and flipped his hand over to produce the myriad distance talisman that Qian Jizi had given to him. On the white surface of the talisman, a line of small text had appeared. After reading the message on the talisman, Han Li stowed it away expressionlessly before making his way out of the room. Half a day later, he found himself within a certain cave abode on the Dream Cloud Mountain of the 8 Cloud Mountains, and he was inspecting the cave abode with a pleased look on his face. The abundance of spiritual qi in this cave abode was not inferior in the slightest compared to Jia Tianmu's cave abode on the iridescent Cloud Mountain. Furthermore, the cave abode came complete with a pill refinement chamber, tool refinement chamber, medicine garden, as well as a variety of other facilities. There were even some commonly used spirit medicines that had been planted in the medicine garden, and he was very satisfied with his new home. However, Han Li didn't immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to scan through every single nook and cranny of the cave abode, then set up a dozen or so restrictions of different sizes. Having done all that, even a body integration stage being wouldn't be able to force their way into his cave abode in a short time. After that, he transferred some of the spirit medicines and spirit herbs that he required into the medicine garden before busying himself with pill refinement. His plan was to refine a large number of rising dragon pills, most of which would be reserved for his own consumption, while the rest would be taken to the markets to be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. After all, both his sentient puppet and the super teleportation formation required an incredible amount of spirit stones to function, and he wouldn't be able to exchange for enough of them even through selling all of his myriad-year spirit medicines. Furthermore, selling too many myriad-year spirit medicines would attract a lot of attention, so it was better to sell rising dragon pills instead. With the immense power of these pills, he was sure that the upper race beings of Cloud City would be willing to pay astronomical prices for them. Of course, he wasn't going to sell too many of them, and he had to conceal his own identity in the process. If he were to only sell the pills on 2 or 3 occasions, that shouldn't be enough to attract the attention of the holy race beings in the city. If he still couldn't gather enough top-grade spirit stones through doing that, then he'd have to consider selling his golden lightning bamboo. Given how rare golden lightning bamboo was in the spirit realm, just one plant would most definitely be enough to get him sufficient top-grade spirit stones. Han Li had already devised a plan to gather enough top-grade spirit stones while refining his rising dragon pills, and Qian Jizi most likely would have never imagined that Han Li would be capable of doing something that he thought to be impossible in such a short time. This was only a minor inconvenience to Han Li, rather than the insurmountable roadblock that Qian Jizi had assumed that this would be. As Qian Jizi was leading him to his new cave abode, the former disclosed to him that he had secured the agreement of the other races for him to use the teleportation formation. As for conditions, they didn't state some, but they weren't very stringent, most of them merely asked for a usage fee from him. The only slightly troublesome condition was raised by the Stone Cocoon race. They asked him to search for a tool refinement material that could only be found in the vast glacial realm. They had a map on which the place where this material could be found had been annotated, and all he had to do was act as the errand boy of the Stone Cocoon race after entering the vast glacial realm. This condition was naturally rather dangerous to him, but this material seemed to be extremely important to the Stone Cocoon race, as evidenced by the fact that they stipulated this condition to be non-negotiable. Thus, Han Li agreed to it as well after a brief contemplation. If he only had to head to a designated location to secure an ingredient, then this was a risk that wasn't too big for him to take. Hence, Hanli had arrived at an official agreement with the heavenly cloud races. As soon as he returned from the vast glacial realm, he'd be granted a one-time usage pass of the super teleportation formation. After that, Hanli stayed in his cave abode for more than an entire year. During this time, he refined his pills while taking some rising dragon pills to cultivate his provenance true devil arts. Even though this wasn't a very long time, his provenance true devil projection was looking slightly more substantial than it did over a year ago, which was a further testament to just how potent rising dragon pills were. However, what was rather surprising to Hanli was that the crystal woman by the name of Xian hadn't contacted using the myriad distance talisman he'd left her during this time. It was as if she'd completely forgotten about him. Hanli was rather perplexed, but he didn't go to find her. On this day, Hanli finally emerged from his cave abode, and after taking a cursory glance around him, he flew down the mountain as a streak of azure light. Coincidentally or by design, there just so happened to be another streak of white light flying down from the summit of the mountain at the same time, and the streak of light reached the foot of the mountain along with Hanli almost in unison. The white and azure lights faded, revealing Hanli and a bald man. The bald man had a set of sinister facial features, and his skin was of a grayish-white color. The two of them both looked at one another with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "I am Tai Jian of the Stone Cocoon race. You look rather unfamiliar, fellow Daoist. Did you only move in recently?" The man was a little menacing to behold, but he spoke in quite a polite voice. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the man to find that he was a being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, and his heart jolted slightly with shock, but he merely smiled as he replied, "My surname is Han, and I did indeed only move in recently." "Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Han. I heard that last year, an outsider activated a vast glacial badge, and he also had the Han surname. Could you be that outsider, fellow Daoist Han?" The man immediately guessed Hanli's identity after hearing his surname. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes, but he smiled as he replied, "I was indeed the one activated the vast glacial badge a year ago. I didn't think that I would be so renowned in these parts." You're the first outsider to have activated a vast glacial badge in our heavenly cloud races, so you're naturally quite well known by everyone. Are you going out now because you also heard about the precious auction items being offered in the 4 races auction? 4 races auction. Hanli drew a complete blank upon hearing this. "Oh. Do you not know about this, fellow Daoist Han? Then again, that's no surprise, seeing as you've only just recently come to our Cloud City. The 4 races auction is something that's held by 4 of our 13 races once every decade to try and increase the popularity of Cloud City. All of the auction items are precious treasures that aren't normally sold during auctions, so the event always attracts many high-grade beings to Cloud City. On this occasion, our 13 races have been forced onto the back foot by the invasion of the Jiaoqi race, so the auction items are even more prestigious than usual in order to boost morale. Among the auction items, there are even going to be myriad wonder pills being sold. Those pills are ideal for helping spatial tempering cultivators like us break through bottlenecks. Only the top pill refinement masters of the crystal race are capable of refining those pills, and they've never appeared in the past editions of the auction, Tai Jian explained. Hanli's heart stirred upon hearing this. Myriad wonder pill, eh? I've also heard of these pills before. Back when he was at Greenlight City, those foreign spatial tempering stage beings had mentioned this pill, and they seemed to be even more valuable than sentient puppets. If they really were useful for spatial tempering cultivators, then it would naturally be very beneficial to him if he could obtain the pill or its refinement method. With that in mind, Hanli was quite intrigued as he said, "It wouldn't be right for me to miss such an auspicious occasion. In that case, why don't we go together, fellow Daoist? Truth be told, I'll very likely be part of the group of beings selected to enter the vast glacial realm on this occasion. Perhaps we'll be in the same group together. If that happens, I'll have to trouble you to look out for me," the bald man chuckled. Surely you jest, fellow Daoist. You're a ninth-tier upper race being, so your cultivation base far outstrips mine. However, I really am rather unfamiliar with Cloud City, so I'll be counting on you to lead the way, Brother Tai, Hanli replied. Tai Jian merely smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he raised a hand to hail one of the beast-drawn carriages parked at the foot of the mountain, then invited Hanli onto the carriage first. Hanli accepted the invitation, climbing onto the carriage first, followed by Tai Jian, who then turned to the driver and instructed, "Take us to the Cloud Intent auction house." The driver gave an affirmative response before spurring the beast-drawn carriage into motion. Inside the carriage, Hanli made further inquiries about the Four Races auction, and only then did he learn that the auction had actually already been running for a few days, but the truly precious auction items that were of the highest caliber were being sold today. In order to obtain a myriad wonder pill, Tai Jian had even borrowed a large batch of spirit stones from his friends. Hanli heard from Tai Jian that there were going to be 2 sentient puppets from the myriad ancient race that were also going to be sold during the auction, and he was quite tempted by that prospect. After traveling for over 2 hours, the beast-drawn carriage changed directions and diverged onto a very wide street. The number of beast-drawn carriages on this street increased dramatically compared to elsewhere, and there were also many powerful cultivators there as well. Due to the auction house's spatial ability, the entrance has been elongated slightly, but it's still not all that long, so we should be able to emerge on the other side soon, Tai Jian said in a confident manner. Hanli merely nodded without offering a reply. Just as Tai Jian had proclaimed, after walking for a short while longer, the entrance up ahead suddenly drew closer to them, and they made their way through it to appear on a spacious plaza. The plaza was very lively and bustling, resembling a popular street market. There were a series of semi-spherical light barriers situated next to one another in tight rows on the plaza, and many cultivators were entering and exiting those light barriers. At the center of the plaza was a white jade stone platform, atop which an ordinary wooden table had been placed. There was a pair of azure-robed figures with delicate facial features handing out something to the foreign being standing in front of the table. Just as Hanli was inspecting his surroundings, Tai Jian suddenly cupped his fist in a salute as he said, "Let's part ways here, fellow Daoist Han. I have to find some buyers so I can sell off my treasures as quickly as possible, so I won't accompany you any longer." "Go ahead, fellow Daoist, I also want to do some exploring on my own as well," Hanli replied with a polite smile. "Farewell for now then, Brother Han." Tai Jian nodded before hurrying away. Hanli looked on at Tai Jian's departing figure for a short while before casting his gaze toward the jade platform, then suddenly making his way toward it. Moments later, he had arrived close to the platform, and at this moment, a few more beings strode onto the platform. Hanli looked on from the side to find that these foreign beings were exchanging bags of high-grade spirit stones for small flags of different colors from the pair of azure-robed figures. Hanli's gaze followed one of those foreign beings to find that after receiving a small flag, he made his way over to an empty spot near the edge of the plaza, then waved the small flag to conjure up a semi-spherical light barrier that concealed himself within. Hanli released his spiritual sense toward the light barrier, only for it to be kept at bay by a certain restriction. It was quite clear that these light barriers were specifically to be used for cultivators looking to trade on the plaza. With the light barriers set up, they wouldn't have to worry about other people gleaning their secrets. Hanli cast his gaze toward the surrounding area to find that these semi-spherical light barriers were everywhere, and further beyond the plaza that he was situated on, there were even a few smaller plazas that were also very busy. Hanli exhaled as he shook his head. For sellers looking to hand off their treasures to someone, finding a suitable buyer among so many beings was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, so he certainly wasn't going to waste too much time here. He stared intently at the blue-robed woman with an unblinking gaze and murmured in a voice that was only audible to himself, "How could it be her?" That's impossible. Are there really people in this world who so closely resemble one another? The intense scrutiny that the blue-robed woman was receiving from Han Li finally drew her attention, and their eyes met as she turned toward him. The woman initially faltered at the sight of Han Li staring blankly at her, but a hint of rage then quickly appeared on her face. She swept her spiritual sense toward him, and her heart jolted with shock as she discovered that she was unable to detect any spiritual chi fluctuations from his body. This was quite unsettling to her, and she immediately turned around. At this moment, Han Li finally managed to recompose himself, and his expression reverted back to normal as he stared at the woman in deep thought. This blue-robed woman was a memory in the bottom of his heart that he had been trying not to revisit, and as such, he was both astonished to see her, yet also hesitant about approaching her. She was Chen Qian, the woman who had once expressed her love toward him countless years ago, and the memory of her voice and her smile filled Han Li's entire heart. This blue-robed woman was completely identical to Chen Qian, who had already perished in the human world. Aside from her fact that her demeanor was quite cold, she was the spitting image of Chen Qian, and it was as if she'd been resurrected. Back when Han Li had heard about her death, he'd remained quite calm and collected, but an indescribable sense of sorrow had welled up in his heart. It wasn't the type of grief that one would be struck by following the passing of a lover. Instead, it was simply a reminiscent sense of melancholy that any normal man would experience when hearing about the passing of a woman who had once loved them. However, there was no way that Chen Qian could be resurrected, and there was certainly no chance that she would be reincarnated in the spirit realm. As such, regardless of how closely she resembled Chen Qian, she had to be someone else. This string of thoughts rapidly flashed through Han Li's mind, and he finally managed to forcibly repress his slightly tumultuous emotions. Following a brief hesitation, he still proceeded with his original plan, making his way toward the same stone wall. The blue-robed woman didn't turn around, but she seemed to have an ability that allowed her to sense what was happening behind her, and her brows furrowed as she departed from her original spot. Thus, Han Li strode forward and stood directly on the spot where she had been standing just a moment ago. Even without turning around, Han Li could sense the vicious glare that the blue-robed woman had aimed at him, following which she hurried away to a stone wall that was slightly further away. It appeared that this woman had formed the opinion that he was some kind of perverted swine. Han Li chuckled internally before focusing his attention on the stone wall in front of him. As expected, the silver characters on the stone wall were all names of different types of materials and treasures, but strangely enough, none of the items had any prices listed next to them. They only had a number between 1 to 13 assigned to them. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and a thought occurred to him as he cast his gaze toward the distance. There just so happened to be 13 jade pavilions surrounding the crimson pavilion, and there was a shimmering golden number hovering above each of the pavilions. As such, it wasn't difficult to deduce what those numbers assigned to the materials meant. He wasn't in any hurry, so he carefully scanned his gaze throughout the entire stone wall, then headed toward the next one. Han Li was able to glean the contents of an entire stone wall virtually in the blink of an eye, yet even after looking through most of the stone walls present, he remained completely expressionless as if he hadn't found anything that caught his eye. Right at this moment, a rumbling boom rang out from the crimson pavilion at the very center, following which a thunderous roar of rage erupted from within. However, in the next instant, an alarming turn of events abruptly unfolded. In the instant that Elder Duan passed by Han Li, his footsteps suddenly faltered, and his nose twitched before he turned an intense incredulous gaze toward Han Li. All of the nearby beings were naturally quite taken aback by this sudden development, and many of them turned to Han Li as well, trying to determine what it was about him that had caught the interest of such a powerful being. "Do you have any business with me, Senior?" Han Li was struck by a sense of foreboding, but he still extended a respectful salute as he squeezed a smile onto his face. "What's your name and which race are you from?" Han Li didn't know what this being's intentions were, so he naturally didn't dare to speak the truth. As such, he fabricated a response on the spot. Good. I am Duan Tianren of the Stone Cocoon race. If you encounter any troubles in Cloud City, you can refer to me as your backer. Elder Duan nodded with a meaningful expression, and it was impossible to tell whether he believed Han Li's fib. All of a sudden, his body blurred before reverting back to normal, but Han Li's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that in the instant that Duan Tianren's body had blurred, he had thrust a palm lightly onto Han Li's shoulder. With his spirit eye ability, he was able to see the trajectory of Duan Tianren's palm, but he was simply too fast for Han Li to evade. A burst of strange spiritual chi flowed from Duan Tianren's palm into his arm, and it only dissipated after circulating throughout his entire arm. What's the meaning of this, senior? An enraged look appeared on Han Li's face. There were only a dozen or so beings present that had actually caught sight of what Duan Tianren had done to Han Li, so to everyone else, it appeared that Han Li had suddenly gotten angry even though Duan Tianren was clearly extending a gesture of kindness toward him. In the face of Han Li's enraged interrogation, Duan Tianren merely swept his gaze over Han Li's face as he chuckled. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I could see that you'd also cultivated quite a special body refinement technique, so I wanted to see what that was all about. After Duan Tianren's gaze had swept past his face, Han Li was stunned to find that his face began to throb with pain. He had used that black veil in conjunction with a disguise technique to conceal his original appearance, but there was simply too much of a cultivation-based disparity between the two of them, so Han Li wasn't confident in the slightest that he'd fooled Duan Tianren. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to believe the excuse that Duan Tianren had offered to placate him, and his mind raced as he attempted to glean the intentions behind that palm. However, he was unable to think of any potential reasons why this being would target him. After all, this was most definitely the first time that he'd met him. At this moment, Duan Tianren suddenly transmitted his voice to Han Li. Save your brain cells, little fella. I'll be waiting for you at the Rich Aroma Pavilion across the street. Don't even think about getting away. I didn't intend to harm you with that palm, but with my residual spiritual chi circulating within your body, I'll be able to detect your location within the next few hours. After that, he gave no further explanations before departing with a hearty laugh. Moments later, he left the plaza and strode into the exit, leaving behind a befuddled Han Li, as well as a bunch of bemused beings who were all looking at him with peculiar expressions. Han Li was struggling to calm himself down in the wake of what had just happened, and the widespread scrutiny he was receiving certainly wasn't helping matters. Thus, he also turned and made his way toward the exit. All of a sudden, Han Li felt a scorching sensation in his dantian, which then spread through his limbs, meridians, and all over his body to create an extremely comfortable sensation. Han Li closed his eyes to savor the aftertaste of the wine for a long while before finally praising in a heartfelt manner, "This wine is indeed extraordinary. This is the first time I've had such delectable spirit wine. Hee, if that weren't the case, then I wouldn't come here every year to beg for wine," Duan Tianren chortled heartily. "It is a great honor for me that you too enjoy my spirit wine. However, we didn't invite you here just to drink wine, fellow Daoist Han," the woman said with a smile. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he put down his cup as he asked, "I'm also quite curious, why did you and Senior Duan ask me to come here? Seeing as you've raised the question, I won't waste any more time. Fellow Daoist Li, would you be able to roll up that sleeve so I can see your hand?" the woman asked with a peculiar look on her face. "My hand." Han Li feigned a surprised expression, but he actually heaved a long sigh of relief internally. It appeared that these two weren't after his profound heavenly treasure. "Indeed, I'd like to see your hand," the woman confirmed as she pointed at Han Li's sleeve. "All right, no problem," Han Li reluctantly agreed after a long hesitation. He then rolled up his sleeve to reveal his hand, and it appeared to be no different from the average human hand. The woman's brows furrowed upon seeing this, following which the crystal on her glabella flashed as a streak of silver light shot forth. The streak of light hurtled through the air at an astonishing speed, reaching Hanli in the blink of an eye before stabbing down with ferocious might toward the hand that Hanli had just unveiled. The woman appeared to be quite warm and gentle, but she was attacking without any premonition in a display that completely belied her appearance. Hanli was completely caught off guard by this attack, and he reflexively spread his fingers apart before grabbing toward the silver streak of light. The silver light struck his palm with a loud clang, following which the sound of metal grating on metal rang out. Hanli then grabbed onto the silver streak of light before unfurling his fingers to reveal a silver needle that was several inches in length. The needle was shimmering with translucent light and trembling slightly in his hand, seemingly possessing extremely abundant spiritual nature. At this moment, Hanli's entire hand had already turned a glossy black color as if it had been forged entirely from black iron. On top of that, a shimmering silver miniature mountain insignia had appeared on the back of his hand, and that was none other than a manifestation of the divine essence fused mountain. After mastering the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, the mountain had completely fused as one with his hand, so despite the lethality of the silver needle that the woman had unleashed, there was no way that it would bewound him. However, Hanli wasn't triumphant in the slightest to have withstood that attack. Instead, his expression darkened significantly. In contrast, the crystal woman was staring at his black hand with undisguised excitement in her eyes, and Duan Tianren also wore an elated expression on his face. You really do possess an acquired essence-fused body. In that case, we'll be able to achieve our objective, the woman murmured to herself before raising a hand, and the silver needle escaped Hanli's grasp before flying back to her. In the end, the needle disappeared into the crystal on her glabella in a flash. Hanli took a deep breath to compose himself before asking, "What do you mean by essence-fused body, Senior?" An essence-fused body naturally refers to someone capable of using the divine essence-fused light. Even though both bursts of light were gray in color, it was not impossible to tell the difference between the two. It was quite clear that the color of Duan Tianren's divine essence-fused light was slightly darker, but it was clearly more volatile and unstable, as if he were unable to completely control it as he pleased. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he suddenly pointed an inky black finger toward the gray light up ahead. All of the divine essence-fused light suddenly converged toward the center to form a large ball of light that rapidly rotated on the spot. An astonishing scene then ensued. The gray light unleashed by Duan Tianren seemed to have encountered a massive vortex, and it all disappeared into the ball of light in a flash. Alright, that's enough. Even though fellow Daoist Li's essence-fused body is an acquired one, it's quite clear that he's far more proficient in using the divine essence-fused light than you are, Brother Duan. TSK, his level of mastery is no different from that of a being naturally born with an essence-fused body, the woman remarked with a wide smile. Of course that's the case. My divine essence-fused light is only released from forcibly using my magic power to activate the essence-fused stones that I've fused with my body, so there's no way it can compare with fellow Daoist Li's divine essence-fused light. TSK, speaking of which, your secret art to fuse treasures with your body is quite extraordinary, fellow Daoist Li, Duan Tianren clicked his tongue with wonder. It's quite fortunate that you fused a large quantity of essence-fused stones into your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to detect the essence-fused treasure within fellow Daoist Li's body, the woman said with a smile. Hanli was left a little speechless upon hearing this. At this moment, Duan Tianren raised a hand to withdraw the divine essence-fused light that he'd released, then lowered his arm in a calm manner. Hanli also made a hand seal to withdraw the silver light around him before asking, "There must be a reason why you hold this ability in such high regard, right, Senior?" "We do have our reasons, of course." In all honesty, we've waited thousands of years for someone capable of wielding the divine essence-fused light, but we were still unable to gather enough people, so we'd originally already given up. Who would have thought that you'd appear us at this juncture to rekindle our hopes? The woman replied with an excited gleam in her eyes. Gather enough people. Does that mean you found others with the essence-fused body as well? Hanli was quite surprised to hear this. Of course. We'll have to tell you everything eventually, so I'll fill you in now. We have an objective that we want to achieve, and only beings with mastery of the divine essence-fused light can achieve it, but one person alone definitely isn't enough. After searching for thousands of years, Brother Duan and I have found 3 beings with the essence-fused body, including yourself, the woman explained. The divine essence-fused light isn't a unique secret cultivation art, but it's most definitely extremely rare, so we weren't confident at all that we'd be able to gather enough people, but it appears that the heavens have blessed us with immense fortune, the woman continued with a smile. All right, I now understand why I was invited here, but how may I be of assistance to you, Senior? Hanli asked with a wry smile. That's quite an important matter, and I can only reveal the specific details to you after discussing some things with Brother Duan. However, one thing is for sure, we'll need you to do something for us, and will require your services at several years to a century from now, the woman replied. What? Several years to a century? Hanli's brows furrowed upon hearing this familiar time frame. Is there something wrong, fellow Taoist Li? The crystal woman asked. Hanli was silent for a long while before a peculiar look appeared on his face, and he asked, does this have something to do with the vast glacial realm? Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but think of Qing Yuanzi, who was hiding in the infernal river. Despite his extraordinary cultivation base, he had no choice but to reside in a space outside of the main realm in order to delay his next major heavenly tribulation. At their cultivation bases, dying of old age was no longer a concern, but the major heavenly tribulations that were guaranteed to befall them periodically was something that they had to try to avoid or delay at all cost. It seemed that even after reaching the body integration stage, one still had to toil away in the ever-present hamster wheel of cultivation. Hanli heaved an internal sigh as he came to that conclusion. The crystal woman continued, this restriction is something we discovered in the vast glacial realm back before we reached the holy race, and I wasn't able to open it at the time, but I was lucky enough to learn some information about it through other avenues. There are a few items in there that are next to useless for upper race beings like you, but they're life-saving treasures to holy race beings like us. Seeing as this restriction lies in the vast glacial realm, then doesn't that mean it would have been left behind by an immortal? I've heard that many beings have perished within various restrictions in the vast glacial realm. Are you really certain that we'll be able to bypass it unscathed, Senior? Hanli asked in a cautious manner. Perhaps my combat prowess is slightly inferior compared to that of the average holy race being, but in terms of mastery in restrictions, I can confidently say that I'm ranked within the top 5 beings in all of the heavenly cloud races. At the time, I painstakingly studied the restriction to find that it had existed for countless years, and the vast majority of its power had already faded. Otherwise, I would have completely given up on it from the get-go. Do you not believe me, fellow Taoist? The woman asked with a meaningful look in her eyes. I wouldn't dare, Hanli hurriedly replied. It would only be natural for you to be skeptical under these circumstances. Rest assured, I may be a woman, but I'm not so petty as to begrudge you for doubting my words. I spent over 1,000 years to devise this method to break the restriction using the powers of 3 beings with essence-fused bodies, and there's at least a 70% to 80% chance that it would succeed. As for the other 2 beings with essence-fused bodies, they've been here in Cloud City this entire time. One of them was naturally born with the Constitution and is currently a guest member of our crystal race. The other acquired the essence-fused body through assistance from Brother Duan. If they were to join forces with you, I'm sure the three of you will be able to break that restriction, the woman said in a confident manner. If Senior Duan can help a being attain the essence-fused body, then why didn't he just replicate that with another being rather than wait all this time? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. The other being was only able to attain the essence-fused body with Brother Duan's assistance through the use of essence-fused stones. These stones are extremely rare, and it's very difficult for beings to absorb them into their bodies. At the time, Brother Duan attempted to assist 6 of his brethren to attain the essence-fused body at once, but only one of them succeeded. After that, we couldn't gather any more essence-fused stones, so that course of action was no longer feasible. At the core of the matter, we simply want to ask you to help the other 2 break a restriction in the vast glacial realm. We're not asking you to take some kind of outrageous risk, the woman explained. After a brief pause, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. I probably have no choice but to agree, right? Hee, what do you think? At this moment, Duan Tianren had finished his flagon of wine, and he turned to Han Li with a cold expression on his face. If it really is as simple as you say, then I'm naturally willing to help. However, the vast glacial realm is fraught with peril, and that restriction was very likely left behind by an immortal, so there could be many unpredictable circumstances involved. Will you really be able to ensure my safety? Han Li asked after taking a deep breath. Nothing is set in stone in this world. Even if I were to guarantee your safety, would you believe me? The woman asked with a hint of a smile on her face. Han Li fell silent for a moment before continuing. Seeing as you're unable to make that promise, I'd like you to agree to 2 conditions of mine in return. As opposed to being annoyed, the woman was quite relieved to hear this. The fact that Han Li was willing to state conditions indicated that he was willing to undertake this task. Of course. Even if you didn't state any conditions, Brother Duan and I would be sure to reward you handsomely for your efforts as long as you succeed. My first condition is very simple. As you know, I wish to access the super teleportation formation after returning from the vast glacial realm, but using the teleportation formation requires the expenditure of a vast number of top-grade spirit stones. I'm afraid I won't be able to issue such a massive sum on my own, Han Li said in a calm manner. Using the super teleportation formation does indeed require the expenditure of an astronomical number of top-grade spirit stones. How about this? I'll supply half of the spirit stones required. Are you happy with that? The woman promised without any hesitation. It seemed that providing this astonishing sum wasn't an issue for her at all. Han Li was rather taken aback by the fact that she was willing to offer so many spirit stones to help his cause, but he merely smiled as he continued, Thank you, Senior. My second condition is that after breaking the restriction, I want all of the other treasures aside from the few designated ones. No problem. We only want those few treasures, so you and the other 2 fellow Taoists can take everything else, the woman immediately replied, seemingly completely unsurprised by this condition. She didn't even discuss the matter with Duan Tianren, but he merely glanced at the woman and didn't state any objections. I'm not a greedy person. Seeing as you've accepted both of my conditions, I have no further objections. I'm willing to lend you my assistance after entering the vast glacial realm. Han Li rose to his feet as he cupped his fist in a salute. Great! With your help, I'm sure we'll enjoy resounding success. Brother Duan and I will visit you to disclose the specific details closer to the opening of the vast glacial realm. Also, I hope that you won't reveal what we discussed here to anyone else, the woman cautioned with a smile. Rest assured, Senior, I'll be sure to keep this a secret. If that's all, then I'll be taking my leave, Han Li replied with a respectful bow. All right, you can go now. If you encounter any difficulties during this time, you can refer to myself and Brother Duan as your backers. That should take care of most troubles that come your way. Oh right, you still don't know my full name, right? I'm Kai Luiying, the woman said with a smile. When Hanley re-emerged from the rich aroma pavilion, there were already many people making their way into the main hall of the auction house, indicating that the auction was about to commence. Hanley immediately also followed suit without any hesitation. The entrance to the main hall was about 3 to 4 times the size of the entrances leading to the side halls, and the number of blue-robed guards outside also far outstripped that of the guard stationed in front of the side halls. However, these guards did nothing aside from maintaining basic order. Hanley followed the crowd into the auction house in an inconspicuous manner, and after walking through the entrance, he found himself in a hall with several corridors leading elsewhere. Each of the corridors had a sign hanging next to their entrances, upon which were written simple words like appraisal, pawn, and haul. There was a young man standing next to each of the signs in a respectful manner, and they seemed to be employees of the auction house. Hanley cast his gaze toward the signs, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. After a brief pause, he made his way toward one of them, and asked, "What can I expect to find in here?" The young man standing next to the appraisal sign bowed, and replied, "This is the place where auction items are taken to be appraised. If you have any precious items, they can be added to the list of auction items if the appraisers deem them to be worthy." "Oh, I see." Hanley nodded before making his way into the corridor. Kai Luiying had promised to issue half of the expenses required for him to use the super teleportation formation, but the remaining half was still an astronomical sum that he had to take care of himself. As such, Hanley wanted to sell off some items to the auction house as he'd originally planned. The corridor wasn't a very long one. After walking for several tens of feet and rounding a corner, Hanley found himself standing before a dark red door. The door was wide open, but an azure light barrier concealed the entrance, and there were 7 or 8 foreign beings standing in a line in front of the light barrier. Hanley was rather surprised to see this, but he made his way over to the line calmly before standing at the rear. Azure light flashed, and the light barrier opened up of its own accord as a red-haired foreign being emerged from within. Judging from the wide smile on his face, he seemed to have received some good news. The foreign being paid no heed to everyone else lined up outside as he passed through the crowd and made his way out of the corridor in high spirits. Thus, the next person in the line proceeded to stride toward the light barrier. After only about 10 minutes, everyone in front of Hanley had gone in and re-emerged, indicating that the appraisers were quite quick and efficient. However, 4 or 5 more beings had since joined the line before Hanley. It appeared that many people had the same plan as Hanley, choosing to sell off their items to the auction house right before the commencement of the auction. After another foreign being emerged from the azure light barrier in a dejected manner, it was finally Hanley's turn, and he made his way into the room. After stepping through the light barrier, Hanley found himself in a massive room that was over 300 feet in size. The entire room had been constructed from some kind of grayish-white stone, and there were many runes carved all over the surfaces of this material, thereby ensuring secrecy within this appraisal room. There was also a jade table and 3 wooden chairs in the room, as well as a simple teleportation formation in the corner. There were 3 murky white humanoid figures sitting on the chairs, and due to the fact that their bodies had been entirely concealed under spiritual light, there was no way to glean their true appearances. Hanley reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward them, only to find that all 3 seemed to be carrying some kind of aura concealment treasure that completely thwarted his attempt to gauge their cultivation bases. "If you have something you'd like to offer to the auction house, you can show it to the 3 of us now. However, our 4 races auction will only be selling materials and treasures of an extremely high caliber, so if you don't have anything that's extremely rare or special, you can go to the side hall to sell your items there. On top of that, if you're dissatisfied with our appraisals, you can raise the issue to us, and we'll get another panel of 3 appraisers to offer their appraisals." The one who had spoken was the humanoid figure at the center of the trio, and she had a pleasant young female voice. "Thank you for the information. I'm sure I have something that will be of interest to you." Hanli nodded before rustling his sleeves, then flipping his hands over to produce a green jade vial and a pristine white jade box. Instead of approaching the three appraisers, Hanli tossed the items toward them from afar, and they were immediately caught by an invisible force before being slowly carried over to the trio. The two humanoid figures who hadn't spoken immediately grabbed a container each before opening them. As soon as the vial was opened, an extremely rich medicinal aroma wafted forth along with an indistinct dragon's roar. A ball of green light then flew out of the vial, and the item within the light seemed to possess abundant spiritual nature. The humanoid figure who was holding the vial let loose a faint cry of surprise as he hurried to close the vial again. At the same time, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a swath of white light shot forth to ensnare the ball of green light before drawing it into his grasp. He stared intently at the ball of light to find that there was an azure pill within it. The surface of the pill was smooth and supple, and an extremely lifelike silver dragon insignia could be seen on it. The humanoid figure picked up the pill before taking a light whiff, then began to carefully appraise it in silence. Meanwhile, the other humanoid figure also opened the white jade box in his hand to find that there was a green section of bamboo that was around half a foot in length within it. The humanoid figure inspected the section of bamboo briefly before reaching out to touch it, upon which an arc of golden lightning that was as thick as a finger erupted from the surface of the bamboo amid a loud thunderclap. "This is golden lightning bamboo," the humanoid figure exclaimed. The woman in the middle was also quite surprised to hear this, but she repressed her shock as she cautioned, "Golden lightning bamboo? Please ensure that you've appraised it correctly, Brother Dao." "Rest assured, I'll be sure to appraise it carefully," the humanoid figure holding the jade box replied. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he crossed his arms as he waited in silence. Immediately thereafter, the humanoid figure reached a hand up into his sleeve before pulling out an inky black gourd. The gourd was only several inches in size and extremely intricate in design. The humanoid figure tipped the gourd over and aimed its opening at the green section of bamboo in the jade box before gently patting the underside of the gourd. Black light flashed from the opening of the gourd, and a fist-sized ball of black chi was expelled before striking the green bamboo. As soon as the two came into contact, a loud rumbling thunderclap erupted, and several arcs of golden lightning erupted once again to vanquish the black chi. After doing that, the humanoid figure still wasn't satisfied. He pulled out a green jar and released a burst of green chi from within, only for that to also be destroyed by the arcs of lightning unleashed by the section of bamboo. "There's no mistaking it, this is golden lightning bamboo, I'm sure of it," the humanoid figure confirmed. "Thank you for your efforts. How is the pill appraisal coming along, fellow Daoist?" "The pill possesses some spiritual nature already, so it must be quite an extraordinary item as well, right?" The woman nodded before turning to the other humanoid figure. "This pill predominantly contains wood attribute power with earth and metal attribute powers as secondary components. The pill has already attained very basic sentient will, and it's suitable for consumption for 7th and 8th tier upper race beings. However, if a 9th tier upper race being were to consume it, the effect of the pill would be less than a tenth of what it would be otherwise. This pill can qualify as a first-grade pill." After staring at the pill for a long while, the humanoid figure was somehow able to gauge the properties of the rising dragon pill down to a fault. Even Hanli couldn't help but be struck by a hint of surprise upon hearing this unerringly accurate appraisal. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist, this golden jade bamboo and these pills both qualify as auction items. In particular, the section of golden jade bamboo will be one of the most precious auction items that will be brought out near the end. By the way, is there a name for these pills? Also, I'll propose a starting price for both of these items, and you can tell me whether those starting prices are satisfactory to you," the woman said with a smile as she carefully appraised Hanli. Before Hanli had a chance to say anything, She picked up a white jade badge from the table before quickly scribbling something on it with her fingertip, then tossing it to Hanli. Hanli caught the jade badge and merely took a cursory glance at it before nodding as he replied, "I'm happy with these two starting prices. In any case, I'm confident that these two items wouldn't actually be sold for just their starting prices. As for those pills, they're called Rising Dragon pills, and they were very difficult to refine." Rising Dragon pills, got it. We'll sell these pills under that name. Please keep that jade badge safe. That will act as your receipt for you to claim the spirit stones for those two items at the conclusion of the auction, the woman reminded. I'll be sure to do so. If that's all, then I'll be heading into the auction now. Hanli cupped his fist in a calm salute as he prepared to take his leave. Enjoy the auction, fellow Daoist. We'll be sure to issue your spirit stones to you in secret at the end, the woman replied with a smile. Hanli nodded before turning to leave. It was unknown which of the trio was operating the restriction in the room, but none of the three appeared to have done anything before the azure light barrier parted to allow him passage. After emerging from the appraisal room, Hanli paid no heed to everyone outside as he made his way out of the corridor in an unhurried manner. Hanli sat on in his chair for around 2 hours as large numbers of foreign beings poured into the hall. The spacious 3-level hall was entirely filled in the end, and even the cabins on the upper level had all been occupied. Even the weakest foreign beings to attend the auction were at the nascent soul stage, while the most powerful beings were at the body integration. Just the body integration stage beings that Hanli counted amounted to around 4 or 5, and both Duan Tianren and Qian Jizi among them. As for the other few body integration stage beings that Hanli saw, those were also presumably all-important figures akin to elders in their respective races. At least 60 to 70 beings had already filed to the cabins on the upper level prior to Hanli's entrance, and all of them were at the body integration stage. However, Hanli didn't see Kai Luiying among their ranks, which meant that she had either taken a cabin before Hanli had arrived or she had no interest in participating in this auction at all. As he looked around at the packed auction hall, Hanli couldn't help but heave an internal sigh of awe and wonder. It was indeed true that Cloud City was inhabited by beings from all 13 heavenly cloud races and even foreign beings outside of those races, but it was still quite extraordinary for so many body integration stage beings to appear in a single city. After all, there were only a dozen or so body integration stage beings among the human and demon races combined in Deep Heaven City, and that city had also been where the cream of the crop among the human and demon races resided. After waiting for a while longer, the entire hall was virtually packed to the rafters. A string of 3 crisp bell chimes rang out, and the gate leading to the main hall slowly swung shut amid bursts of flashing 5-colored light. When the gates were completely shut, the auction finally commenced. At the very front of the hall was a tall stage that was over 100 feet in height, similar to the kind of stage one would find in a normal auction house. The only thing that was different was that there was a golden humanoid puppet standing on each of the 4 corners of the stage. These puppets were all antiquated in design and several tens of feet tall, wielding a giant silver halberd each. Even though they were standing in a completely motionless manner, they gave off quite a fearsome aura, and it was quite apparent that they were extremely powerful. At the very center of the stage was a blue formation, within which was a faint red table. There were many runes carved all over the table, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. As soon as the gates swung shut, the blue formation lit up and began emitting a low buzzing sound. As the runes on the spell formation flashed, a humanoid figure appeared behind the table. That spell formation was a teleportation formation. The humanoid figure was a little blurry when it first appeared, but it quickly became clearer and revealed itself to be a refined and graceful middle-aged man. The man wore a brocade robe and had a clean-shaven face. He appeared to be completely identical in appearance to a normal human being. However, as Hanley swept his spiritual sense toward the man from afar, he was stunned to discover that the middle-aged man was a mid-body integration stage being. On top of that, he could sense an extremely fearsome aura emanating from the man's body, and this observation told him that this man was an extremely dangerous being. The middle-aged man seemed to hold quite a resounding reputation in Cloud City, as indicated by the fact that the chatter in the auction hall immediately died down following his appearance. In fact, Hanley noticed that many of the beings around him were appraising the man on the stage with a hint of fear in their eyes. In contrast, the middle-aged man adopted a warm smile as he said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists, I am Xiao Bai. I'm sure that many of you know of me already, and there are even some among you who have met me in person. As such, I'll skip the self-introduction and cut straight to the chase. Due to the fact that the Sand Race, which I am a member of, is partly responsible for holding this 4 races auction, I was asked to act as the host. I won't elaborate too much on the rules of the auction, they're completely the same as that of normal auctions. Seeing as all of you are attending an auction of this level of prestige, I'm sure you all know basic auction rules and etiquette. Aside from that, I can disclose some information about the most precious auction items that are to be brought out near the conclusion of the auction. Those auction items are definitely not inferior to any that have been offered during the last 4 races auction. In fact, for some fellow Taoists, the final auction item will be far more valuable than even the great fortune pill that was sold for the highest price during the last 4 races auction. Alright, without further ado, let the auction begin. Xiao Bai's voice wasn't very loud, but he had injected his spiritual power into it, so it was clearly audible to everyone in the auction hall. Just a simple introduction had piqued the interest of the hundreds of thousands of beings present. In the instant that Xiao Bai's voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out from the blue formation again, and a dozen or so miniature light formations suddenly appeared on the empty table. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed, and a dozen or so boxes of different sizes emerged along with a palm-sized jade badge. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the table as a result. Xiao Bai strode forward and picked up the jade badge before seeping his spiritual sense into it to glean the information within. He then picked up one of the jade boxes before removing the lid as he announced, "Similar to how the 4 races auctions have operated in the past, the items we'll be auctioning off first will still be different types of materials. We'll start off with this phoenix stone." Xiao Bai raised the box in his hand before him, and an object immediately hovered out from within. It was a strange rainbow stone that resembled the shape of a bird. Xiao Bai inspected the stone briefly before announcing, "Phoenix stones are rare materials that can only be found at the sites where true phoenixes are born. They are extremely prized and sought after both as a tool refinement materials, as well as a pill refinement ingredient. This phoenix stone weight 1.7 kilograms, and it is of the highest quality with no impurities whatsoever. The starting price for this item will be 2 million spirit stones." Phoenix stones were extremely versatile in their uses, and 2 million spirit stones was quite a modest starting price for such a large chunk. Even Hanley was rather tempted to place a bid for it. Even if he had no use for it in the immediate term, he could purchase it so that he'd always have it on hand for future usage if required. However, the events that unfolded next immediately made him give up on the item. As soon as Xiao Bai announced the starting price of 2 million spirit stones, bids came flying in thick and fast. Xiao Bai didn't even have to employ any auctioneer strategies to liven up the crowd, and the price was still quickly bid up to over 4 million spirit stones, which was double the starting price. In the end, the stone was purchased by a woman from the dark green race for the lofty price of over 5,200,000 spirit stones. She immediately issued the spirit stones on the spot in exchange for the item. Even though Hanley had attended many prestigious auctions in the past, he still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. Phoenix stones were indeed precious materials, but this price was way too staggering. As such, Han Li naturally had no intention of joining in on the bidding. After that, Xiao Bai opened another jade box to reveal a shimmering golden spirit flower. Next up is a 6,000-year-old golden monarch flower. These flowers are the perfect medicinal catalyst for refining some precious pills, and the starting price is 3 million spirit stones. The flower was comparable in size to a human head, and each and every one of its petals looked as if it had been forged from pure gold. In stark contrast with the phoenix stone, the entire auction hall remained silent after the flower was revealed, and many people looked on with furrowed brows as an awkward atmosphere quickly began to permeate. This wasn't a surprising occurrence. After all, most of the beings gathered here hadn't even ever heard of this so-called golden monarch flower, yet it had an even higher starting price than the phoenix stone. Han Li began to stroke his chin with a contemplative look on his face upon seeing this. This was also the first time he had ever seen this flower, but from the faint smile on Xiao Bai's face, it appeared that he was quite confident in this auction item. 3 million, someone finally made a bid. Many people turned toward the bidder to find that he was a thin and frail elderly man from an indeterminate race with a pair of white horns on his head. 3,200,000, someone else immediately made another bid. 3,500,000, 3,800,000. One bid after another rolled in from various locations in the auction hall, and there were only a dozen or so participants in the bidding, but the price was climbing just as quickly as it had for the phoenix stone. It appeared that very few people knew how to use the flower, but the few beings that did held the flower in extremely high regard. After the white-horned elderly man gritted his teeth and made a staggering bid of 7 million spirit stones, all of the other bidders finally remained silent. Thus, Xiao Bai took out one auction item after another from the boxes on the table. All of the beings gathered here were high-grade cultivators, so he didn't have to present in-depth introductions for these items before they were sold after rounds of intense bidding. After all of the items in the jade boxes had been sold, blue light flashed from the teleportation formation again, and 7 or 8 jade vials appeared on the table. This time, several types of spirit liquid were being sold. These items were all extremely precious, and countless beings clambered to place their bids in rapid succession. The first few vials were all sold for prices that were 3 to 4 times their starting prices, and many beings in the auction hall were stunned by the ferocity of the bidding. This was the beauty of auctions like this. The same item could be worth nothing to someone, but be regarded as a priceless treasure by others. In the blink of an eye, all of the vials of spirit liquid had been sold aside from a final white vial. Xiao Bai's expression had remained quite calm throughout the auction, but a hint of desire finally flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the final small vial. He heaved a faint forlorn sigh before picking up the vial as he introduced in an extremely concise manner, "This is half a vial of glazed heavenly flame liquid. The starting price will be 18 million spirit stones." What? Glazed heavenly flame liquid? Did I hear that right? How could this item possibly be sold in an auction? And the starting price is only 18 million. Is it real? How could that not be one of the final auction items? It's one of the 7 most precious spirit liquids of our spirit realm. The entire auction hall immediately burst into a frenzy as everyone stared at the small vial with incredulity and scorching yearning in their eyes. There were even a few cries of surprise that rang out from within the cabins on the upper level, and Han Li's expression also changed drastically as he heard the name of this spirit liquid being announced. This was an antiquated sword that was flashing with a cold light, and it was quite apparent even from a single glance that this was a weapon of quite a high caliber. Xiao Bai flicked his wrist, and the flying sword instantly shot forth as a swath of cold light that hurtled directly toward the ball of red liquid. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the cold light came into contact with the ball of liquid, a loud sizzling sound rang out as a plume of white smoke wafted through the air. Immediately thereafter, the entire flying sword turned bright red and began to melt, completely disappearing after just a few flashes. That demonstration was sufficient to display the spirit liquid's fearsome might. Xiao Bai could sense everyone's hesitation, and he explained, "I hope everyone saw that clearly. Even though this spirit liquid is flawed, it still possesses the ability to melt metal and rocks, so it'll be very useful for tool refinement." After that, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure spiritual qi that immediately enshrouded the ball of red liquid within. The liquid began to burn in a frenzy like a phoenix rising from the ashes, transforming into a head-sized fireball amid a dull thump. A burst of scorching heat proliferated from the stage, quickly surging into the distance in all directions. All of a sudden, the air temperature in the entire hall was raised significantly, and the foreign beings sitting on the front few rows closest to the stage felt as if they'd been plunged into a sea of lava. All of the beings in the hall were high-grade cultivators, so they naturally wouldn't be injured by this level of heat, but many of them were still quite stunned by what they saw. Everyone could see that Xiao Bai had only expelled a ball of pure spiritual qi as a catalyst to draw forth that wave of scorching heat, so this was entirely a display of the spirit liquid's power alone. It came as quite a surprise to everyone that even a flawed ball of glazed heavenly flame liquid could possess such staggering power. Thus, quiet chattering rang out within the silent hall again, and the yearning in everyone's eyes was rekindled as they stared at the ball of fiery liquid. Xiao Bai knew that he had already achieved the intended effect at this point, so he casually swept a sleeve toward the fireball. A swath of light swept forth, and the scorching flames were snuffed out to reveal the ball of liquid again before it disappeared into the vial in a flash. Xiao Bai made a grabbing motion, and the vial was sealed shut again using its original lid. After that, the vial itself slowly descended onto the center of his palm. "Bidding for the glazed heavenly flame liquid will now commence," he announced without any further delay. 30 million. An astonishing bid was immediately made by someone from a certain corner of the auction hall. As opposed to matching the starting price, the bid was instantly upped the price by almost twofold. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this new price, but he still immediately followed up with a bid of 50 million without any hesitation. This was basically the extent of the number of spirit stones he currently possessed, so if the price were to be raised any higher, he'd have no choice but to give up. Thankfully, this price seemed to have also exceeded the limit of what the woman on the upper level was willing to pay, and she gave a cold harumph before falling silent. After completing a quick count of 3, Xiao Bai announced, "All right, this half vial of glazed heavenly flame liquid goes to this fellow Taoist for 50 million spirit stones. Please issue your payment right away." Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief before immediately rising to his feet and making his way onto the stage. Upon reaching Xiao Bai, Han Li brought out a bag of top-grade spirit stones that he'd prepared in advance from within his storage bracelet. Xiao Bai swept his spiritual sense toward the bag before nodding with a faint smile and handing the small white vial over to Han Li. Han Li removed the lid of the vial and took a quick glance inside, upon which a hint of elation appeared on his face. After extending a slight bow toward Xiao Bai, he walked down from the stage in an unhurried manner before returning to his original seat. During this process, Han Li naturally sensed many pairs of eyes fixated on him, and needless to say, most of them were not appraising him with benevolent expressions on their faces. Within the cage was a small purple beast that was huddled up into a ball, and its entire body was bound tightly by a series of thin golden and silver chains. Due to the fact that its head and limbs were all burrowed into its body, it appeared to be like a large furball from afar, making it impossible to glean its true form. At this moment, everyone below the stage, including Han Li, was staring intently at the small purple beast. It had been reserved for the finale, so they knew that this was definitely no ordinary spirit beast. After all, There was a fourth-tier upper-race sentient puppet that had been sold earlier, and even that hadn't been reserved for the finale. Could it be that this spirit beast possessed holy grade power? The same thought flashed through everyone's minds, and hints of scorching yearning appeared in their eyes. However, the faint black light emanating from the cage managed to keep out all of their prying spiritual sense, thereby thwarting their attempts to glean the small beast's true appearance. Hee, looks like all of you are growing rather impatient. Brother Lon, I'll let you introduce this beast to everyone, Xiao Bai chuckled. Sure thing. There are not too many people who are aware of this beast's origins, but I'm sure many of you know about the 8 mystical beasts of our spirit realm, which are only ranked below the almighty true spirits, the old man said with a stroke of his beard. What? The 8 mystical beasts? Could this be one of them? The entire auction hall instantly erupted into a frenzy, and there were even many astonishing auras that erupted uncontrollably from within the stone cabins on the upper level. That's not the case, fellow Taoists. The 8 mystical beasts are all extremely powerful creatures, and even though they aren't comparable to true spirit beings, they're definitely not creatures that can be captured by holy race beings. The spirit beast in the cage is actually a mixed blood descendant of one of the 8 mystical beasts, the human-faced Wirm. Even though it's only a mixed blood creature, it possesses an extremely large amount of the human-faced Wirm's bloodline, and if carefully nurtured, it's not impossible for it to become just as powerful as a true human-faced Wirm in the future. According to the results of our examination, this beast should be less than 100 years old, but the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from its body are already comparable to upper race beings of the lower tiers. Most importantly, this beast has already displayed several powerful endowed abilities of the human-faced Wirm. Even for holy race beings like me, it would have been impossible to capture it alive had it not been for the fact that several of us joined forces to do so. By the way, this beast was captured by none other than the 4 of us, the elderly man chuckled as he made a grabbing motion toward the black cage. The golden and silver chains around the small beast's body split apart of their own accord amid a dull thump, and all of them flew into the elderly man's hand as a thin streak of golden and silver light. The entire hall immediately fell completely silent. Everyone wanted to see the true appearance of a spirit beast that had inherited most of a human-faced Wirm's bloodline. As soon as the chains were removed, the small beast shuddered, but it still didn't immediately rise to its feet, choosing instead to continuing lying motionlessly in the corner. Many people began to exchange glances with one another upon seeing this. However, in the next instant, a ball of scintillating purple light suddenly erupted from the small beast's body. All of the people staring at the cage closed their eyes involuntarily, yet Hanli managed to keep his eyes open as a burst of blue light flashed through his pupils. A possessed ball of light shot forth from his fingertip before disappearing into the cage in a flash. In the next instant, azure light erupted from a corner of the cage, following which the small purple beast reappeared. At the same time, it bent its 4 limbs slightly to absorb the impact before landing on the ground in a soundless manner like a ball of cotton. Thus, the small beast was finally revealed to everyone as a purple beast that resembled a fox. The beast's body was only around half a foot in size, and its eyes were darting around incessantly. Those eyes were no different from that of highly intelligent beings, thereby indicating that it had already attained a good level of intelligence. The only thing that set this beast apart from a normal spirit fox would be the faint silver scales that could be seen on its nose and ears. However, these patches of scales were only the size of fingernails, and it was really difficult to see them unless one was paying particularly close attention. Is this really a spirit beast that's inherited the bloodline of the human-faced Wirm? It looks no different from a normal fox beast, someone exclaimed in a disappointed manner. Many of the other beings present were also appraising the small beast with furrowed brows, unable to identify how it was supposed to be special in any way. A normal fox beast. I'd advise all of you to take a closer look, fellow Taoists. A sinister look suddenly appeared on the elderly man's benevolent face, and he abruptly thrust a palm toward the black cage from afar. A resounding boom erupted from within the cage, following which white lightning flashed, and a layer of white electricity appeared. A string of loud thunderclaps then rang out as countless thin arcs of lightning transformed into sharp blades that hurtled directly toward the small beast in the cage. An extremely humanized expression of alarm and fury appeared on the small beast's face upon seeing this, and it let loose a low snarl as purple light swirled over its body. All of a sudden, a projection surfaced above it, shielding its body within. This was the projection of a faint silver WIRM. The WIRM projection was extremely blurry and indistinct, making the onlooker only barely able to identify it as a WIRM, but all of the blades of lightning disappeared like sandcastles in the tide after striking the projection. After absorbing so much lightning, the WIRM projection had swelled to several times its original size, almost filling up the entire cage as it raised its head to let loose an enraged roar. All of a sudden, the cage began to screech and groan as if it were struggling to hold itself together. All of the beings present drew a sharp breath in unison upon seeing this. Just a projection conjured up by this purple beast in its infantile stage was this powerful. It was indeed displaying astonishing potential. At the sight of the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, the elderly man knew that he had achieved the intended effect, and he chuckled as he raised a hand up into the air. Brilliant golden and silver light erupted, and the thin chains appeared again before hurtling toward the cage to bind the small beast. The chains were somehow able to completely disregard the WIRM projection and wound themselves tightly around the purple fox's body, rendering all of its struggles completely futile. Immediately thereafter, the silver WIRM projection that it had conjured up vanished, and the black cage settled again. Xiao Bai knew the importance of striking while the metal was hot, so before everyone could recover from their shock, he immediately announced, "I'm sure all of you have witnessed this beast's powers and no longer have any doubts about its capabilities. This starting price for this mystical beast will be 80 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. 85 million. 90 million. As expected, after witnessing the beast's powers, a series of astonishing bids were made, and within mere moments, the price had been bid up to over 100 million spirit stones. However, Hanli merely sat on the spot and didn't participate in the bidding. This beast did indeed possess brilliant potential, but it would definitely take a long time to nurture. He already had his weeping soul beast, leopard Kirin beast, and his gold-devouring beetles, so another spirit beast would most likely be superfluous to his requirements. On top of that, even if he were tempted to bid for the beast, he simply didn't have enough spirit stones to participate in the bidding anyway. At this point, even the holy race beings on the upper level were beginning to participate in the bidding. As such, even if he hadn't purchased the glazed heavenly flame liquid earlier, the chances of him securing the beast now were extremely slim. However, at this moment, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the silver fox in the cage. Perhaps it was simply a figment of his imagination, but the appearance and demeanor of the bound purple beast somehow struck him with a sense of familiarity. In his eyes, the small beast bore a strong resemblance to Silvermoon. Even though Silvermoon's true form was a silver wolf, she had also possessed a spirit fox in the human world, so it wasn't particularly strange that there was a certain level of resemblance between the two. Even though he was well aware of this, he still couldn't help but feel slightly saddened at the sight of the pitiable purple fox that was bound in the cage. Back when Silvermoon had left him, he certainly hadn't failed to notice the emotions hidden deep within her eyes prior to her departure. However, at his pitiful cultivation base at the time, he couldn't do anything aside from look on as she returned to the spirit realm. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Han Li's expression was different from those of the other foreign beings in the auction, but the immobilized purple fox seemed to have taken notice of him and suddenly turned its gaze toward him. As soon as their eyes met, it blinked its intelligent eyes, and a hint of confusion intermingled with elation suddenly appeared on its face. The changes in the purple fox's expression were extremely minute, but they certainly couldn't escape the notice of Han Li's spirit eye ability. As such, he immediately faltered slightly, and a hint of befuddlement welled up in his heart. 130 million. An astonishing bid was made by the owner of an elderly voice on the upper level, and the entire auction hall finally fell completely silent. It seemed that no one was able to outdo that astronomical bid. 130 million going once, 130 million going twice. Going thrice. Xiao Bai was clearly also of the opinion that no one else would be able to place a higher bid, so after completing a quick count of 3, he turned to the upper level with a smile, and said, "Congratulations, Brother Liu." Xiao Bai was also quite stunned by this sudden development, but as a body integration stage being, he was able to quickly recompose himself as he yelled, "There's no need to panic. With our 4 races hosting this auction, no one can wreak havoc here without consequences." His voice was like a loud thunderclap that instantly instilled a sense of clarity into everyone's minds. He was right. Setting aside all of the guards that had been deployed to the auction house, with so many upper race and holy race beings here, no one could possibly expect to barge in and not suffer the consequences of their actions. The 4 races, You sure do dare to talk. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill all of you here? A thunderous male voice sounded from outside the shattered gates. Xiao Bai's heart sank upon hearing this bold declaration, but his expression remained calm as he asked, "Who are you and how dare you wreak havoc in our Cloud City? Is your Cloud City some kind of lethal realm? Why wouldn't I dare to wreak havoc here?" The sound of footsteps rang out from outside the auction hall, following which a humanoid figure slowly strode in. The brocade-robed man was given quite a fright by the sudden appearance of the silver-robed man right next to him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior, you. Piss off." The silver-robed man had no intention of speaking with him, and he cut him off in an abrupt manner before casually sweeping a sleeve toward him. An immense burst of power was immediately sent hurtling toward the brocade-robed man, and he was naturally quite alarmed and enraged by this sudden unprovoked attack. He reflexively drew a sharp breath, and a layer of yellow light surfaced all over his body as he prepared to withstand the attack. Following an earth-shattering boom, the yellow light around his body tremored violently, and he was forced back 7 or 8 steps in quick succession, almost falling off the stage in the end. Xiao Bai's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He was well aware of just how powerful this brocade-robed man was. He specialized in an earth attribute cultivation art of an extremely high caliber, and defense had always been his forte. However, he wasn't even able to withstand a casual strike from the silver-robed man, and that was absolutely astonishing. It appeared that this silver-robed man was most definitely a Grand Ascension stage being as well. The other 4 beings on the stage had also clearly come to the same conclusion as Xiao Bai, and all of them hurriedly took a few steps backward at the sight of the approaching silver-robed man. However, an unexpected turn of events then unfolded. The silver-robed man completely ignored them as he strode directly toward the cage, then tore it apart with his bare hands with ease as if it were nothing more than a papier-mâché structure. Thus, the ruined cage and the small beast plummeted downward at the same time, and the 2 halves of the cage disappeared into clouds of black chi before they had even fallen onto the ground below. Meanwhile, the small beast let loose an elated peal of laughter as it was caught by the silver-robed man, who then swept his other hand over the golden and silver chains around its body. Following a string of dull thumps, the chains were all shattered, and as soon as the small purple beast was freed, it dove into the silver-robed man's arms and rubbed its head against him in an extremely affectionate manner. "Humph, that's what you get for not staying in the cave abode and running off on your own. Tell me who captured you and brought you here." The man stroked the small beast's head in a doting manner before a frosty expression suddenly appeared on his face. The 4 mid-body integration stage beings nearby were quite alarmed to hear this, and they all exchanged fearful glances with one another. This small beast had been captured by the 4 of them and transported to the auction hall. Otherwise, as guest members of the heavenly cloud races, they most likely wouldn't have been invited onto the stage. At this moment, the small purple beast turned to the bearded elderly man with a resentful expression, then let loose a string of low snarls as if it really were communicating something to the silver-robed man. What? He tortured you. How dare you? The 4 of you can all pay with your lives. An enraged expression appeared on the silver-robed man's face, and an astonishing baleful aura erupted from his body. His shoulders swayed, and his arms shot forth toward the elderly man like lightning. There was a distance of over 100 feet between them, but his arms somehow elongated drastically, and his 5 fingers shimmered with silver light as they reached the elderly man in a flash. The attack was so fast that it reached its target almost instantaneously. At the same time, an asphyxiating burst of spiritual pressure crashed down upon the elderly man. He was already prepared for an attack, but never did he think that the attack would come with such immense power and ferocity. In the face of this lightning-fast attack, he only had a chance to open his mouth to expel an azure bead that hurtled directly toward the oncoming hand. At the same time, he activated an incantation seal that he'd already prepared in advance, and his body suddenly blurred as 3 light barriers of different colors instantly materialized before him. However, the events that unfolded next plunged the elderly man into a state of extreme horror. Before the azure bead even had a chance to unleash its power, it was shattered into countless fragments by a flash of silver light. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver-robed man's hand pierced through all 3 light barriers in an instant, and 5 streaks of silver light flashed directly toward the elderly man's head. The man naturally had countless other abilities that he had yet to unleash, but in this dire situation, there was nothing that he could do. As such, his face immediately turned deathly pale as a sense of impending doom dawned upon him. However, right at this moment, a calm voice sounded nearby. "Please stop, fellow Taoist too. Have you forgotten what you promised me?" All of a sudden, an ordinary-looking palm appeared out of thin air, swatting the 5 streaks of silver light aside with a casual wave. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the young man with the face surname appeared beside the silver-robed man with a serious expression on his face. The silver-robed man seemed to be rather wary of the young man, as indicated by the fact that he didn't unleash any further attacks after his first attack was nullified. However, he still wore a dark expression on his face as he said, I did indeed promise that I wasn't going to kill anyone here, but I never said I'd spare them from all punishment. Of course. Seeing as these fellow Taoists have hurt your daughter, they naturally must be punished, the young man said with a smile. Daughter? That means you're a human-faced WIRM. The elderly man was yet to recover from that near-death experience, and his face paled even further upon hearing the young man's words. Indeed, my true form is that of a human-faced WIRM. Do you want to capture me as well? The silver-robed man turned to the old man with a cold look in his eyes. I wouldn't dare to even dream of it, Senior. We didn't know that this spirit beast was your daughter, so I implore you to spare us, Senior. The elderly man was a holy race being, but he knew the importance of cowering when required. As such, he immediately begged for his life in this grim situation. You were far too reckless, Brother Lon. How could you have gone hunting for spirit beasts near Brother Two's cave abode? You should thank the heavens that no harm has befallen Brother Two's daughter, the young man scolded with a dark expression. I didn't know that Senior Two's cave abode was under that region of the sea. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have dared to venture anywhere near it. Cold sweat began to pour down the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and the other three beings' faces had also paled significantly. Even though they were already holy race beings, they knew that the difference between the Grand Ascension stage and the body integration stage was like that of heaven and earth. After reaching the Grand Ascension stage, one would attain unfathomable power, thereby creating an insurmountable gulf between themselves and body integration stage beings. Under normal circumstances, a few beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage could perhaps put a fight against an early body integration stage being, but a few beings at the pinnacle of the body integration stage would only be able to flee for their lives in the face of an early Grand Ascension stage being. After reaching the Grand Ascension stage, one was essentially half a true immortal, and through their cultivation, they could grasp some extremely powerful laws of heaven and earth, making them virtually completely invincible to body integration stage beings. As for the final tribulation transcendence stage, that was actually only an arbitrary division. Aside from a slight change in the nature of one's magic power, beings who reached that stage wouldn't actually be a whole lot more powerful than Grand Ascension stage beings. Furthermore, after reaching the tribulation transcendence stage, there were no longer any early, mid, or late classifications. Most of them would also go into indefinite seclusion to try and transcend their true immortal tribulations in an attempt to ascend to that higher realm. As such, Grand Ascension stage beings were the most powerful beings in the spirit realm aside from those true spirit beings. The 4 guest members of the heavenly cloud races had just captured the daughter of such an unfathomably powerful being, so they were naturally completely petrified. However, they were situated in Cloud City, and there were so many powerful beings from all 13 races around them. As such, if the human-faced WIRM had come here alone, then they wouldn't have been all that fearful toward him. The most worrying thing to them was that the young man with the face surname seemed to be an acquaintance of the human-faced WIRM, and he had even led the human-faced WIRM to this place. Hence, it would naturally be impossible for them to try and encourage everyone to attack the human-faced WRYM together, which was why they were so horrified by this current situation. If it weren't for the fact that the young man had dispelled the lethal attack that was about to take the elderly man's life, they would have already fled for their lives. Alright, I'll do you a favor and spare their lives, Brother Fei, but they tortured my daughter on the way, so I have to punish them, the silver-robed man suddenly chuckled coldly after a brief silence. He then swung his hand toward the elderly man in a lightning-fast chopping motion, and before the old man could react, one of his arms had already been dismembered amid a flash of silver light, and a geyser of blood erupted from the wound. The elderly man was greatly startled by this, yet before he had a chance to administer treatment to himself, the young man suddenly appeared by his side before gently thrusting a palm toward his wound. Brilliant green light flashed, and the bleeding was immediately stopped, following which the wound began to heal at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The elderly man's face turned deathly pale, and he was just about to say something when the young man waved a hand toward him, and said, "Seeing as Brother Two has already punished you, the others will be spared of further punishment. However, this is not the end of the matter. I don't care how you captured Brother Two's daughter, but all of you must give him 100 million spirit stones each as compensation for mental damages. If you're unwilling to do so, then you can all leave one of your arms here." The 4 beings all heaved internal sighs of relief upon hearing this. Even after adopting a human form, the small beast was still clinging tightly to the silver-robed man while uttering a series of unintelligible syllables. At the same time, she was pointing insistently at the 4 beings who had captured her with a pitiable look on her little face. "Alright, I've already taught them a lesson, so that's the end of this matter. Let this be a lesson to you as well. This is what you get for being so disobedient. After we go back, make sure to focus on your cultivation, and I won't let you leave the cave abode until you reach the metamorphosis stage." The man was speaking in a stern voice, but the doting expression on his face made his scolding words completely weightless. The little girl pouted upon hearing this, and a hint of moisture began to well up in her eyes as she threatened to burst into tears. The silver-robed man heaved a resigned sigh and no longer paid any heed to the little girl as he turned, instead, to the young man beside him. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to recover my beloved daughter, Brother Fei, my Tao companion, and I will repay you for this favor in the future. However, she's currently still waiting at home for further news on our daughter, so I have to go back right away." As his voice trailed off, the silver-robed man cupped his fist in a farewell salute. "In that case, I won't keep you any longer, Brother Tuesday. I wish you and your daughter a safe and smooth return journey." Seeing as the human-faced WIRM was willing to spare the four beings who had captured his daughter, the young man heaved an internal sigh of relief. Those four beings were all guest members of the heavenly cloud races, and they were also holy beings as well, so he naturally couldn't allow them to be killed in front of so many people. However, it was also most definitely not in Cloud City's best interest to make the human-faced WIRM its enemy. Not only was this silver-robed being extremely fearsome, the thought of his immensely powerful Tao companion also sent shivers running down his spine. Otherwise, even if he were acquainted with or even a good friend of the human-faced WIRM, he definitely wouldn't have led him to this place and essentially conceded to everyone present that Cloud City was fearful of him. As such, this was about as ideal an outcome as he could hope for. The silver-robed man nodded before turning around, and spiritual light flashed around his body as he prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the little girl suddenly tugged on his robes and said something that was unintelligible to everyone again, then pointed toward a certain direction in the auction hall. "Oh. Is that true?" The spiritual light around the silver-robed man's body faded as a hint of surprise crept into his voice. The young man faltered upon seeing this before asking, "What did your daughter say, Brother Tu?" "It's nothing important. It appears that she may have identified a being here who is somehow related to my Tao companion," the human-faced WIRM replied as he cast his gaze toward the direction that the little girl was pointing toward. The young man was rather taken aback to hear this, and he also narrowed his eyes as he turned toward that direction. Under the scrutiny of two Grand Ascension stage beings at once, all of the beings sitting in that direction immediately grew quite uneasy. Even if they knew that this clearly had nothing to do with them, they still couldn't help but feel quite anxious. Han Li's expression also changed slightly as he knew that the person the little girl was pointing at was most likely himself. However, he had no idea why she singled him out from the crowd. During the exchange that just took place between the silver-robed man and the young man, someone had cast a temporary restriction that allowed everyone to still see everything that was happening on the stage, but not hear what was being said. On top of that, in that instant, an extremely fearsome burst of spiritual sense suddenly swept through this area, and many beings' faces paled as this spiritual sense washed over them. In the instant that this burst of spiritual sense swept past his body, Han Li was also struck by the harrowing sensation that his entire being had been completely bared to the owner of the spiritual sense. This feeling was like being scrutinized by a primordial beast that was too powerful for him to even consider resisting. His heart sank slightly, following which he immediately sensed the silver-robed man's gaze lock onto him from afar. All of a sudden, the man raised a foot, and in the next instant, Han Li felt his vision blur slightly, following which a humanoid figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the silver-robed man and the little girl that was being held in his arms. The little girl was currently appraising him with curiosity shimmering in her bright eyes, and Han Li immediately rose to his feet. He was feeling quite uneasy, but he still maintained a calm expression as he extended a respectful salute to the silver-robed man. "I pay my respects to Senior Tu." In the face of a Grand Ascension stage being, he didn't dare to show any disrespect. The man took an errant glance at Han Li before shaking his head in an aloof manner. "He does indeed possess a hint of aura that belongs to the race that your mother hailed from, but it's very slight. Even if there is some kind of bloodline connection, it's completely negligible. What am I going to do with you? Your mother has so many powerful abilities for you to inherit, but you inherited her most useless sensory ability. Seeing as he doesn't have much of a connection with your mother, let's leave him be." Before the little girl had a chance to say anything, silver light flashed from his body, and he immediately flew out of the auction hall as a streak of silver light. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly turned to the brocade-robed man who had retreated to the side of the stage, and smiled as he said, "Due to the unforeseen circumstances that have just unfolded, the last auction item has naturally been cancelled. Fellow Daoist Lu, you may take back your spirit stones. Additionally, in order to compensate you for your loss, if you manage to successfully purchase one of the final 3 items, then you'll receive a discount of 10 million spirit stones." Thus, he raised a hand and tossed back the bag of spirit stone that had just been issued. The brocade-robed man was clearly afraid that the human-faced WIRM would turn on him as well, so he'd been standing there in silence, hoping to blend in with the scenery. After hearing Xiao Bai's offer, the man shook his head and sighed, "So be it. The incident that just took place indicates that I have no affinity with this auction. As such, I won't be participating in the rest of this auction." After catching the bag of spirit stones, the man immediately turned and exited the auction hall, quickly disappearing from view thereafter. His departure created a slight stir among the rest of the people in the auction hall. Xiao Bai's brows furrowed slightly before quickly smoothing out as he turned to the green-scaled woman beside him. Following a slight nod from Xiao Bai, the woman reached into her sleeve to pull out a black object before tossing it into the air. All of a sudden, a string of ferocious cries erupted within the auction hall. Immediately thereafter, gale-force winds swept forth in all directions as a black cloud materialized out of thin air. The cloud tumbled and churned violently as it expanded to over 100 feet in size, and such a phenomenon naturally drew the attention of all of the beings below the stage. A burst of screeching rang out incessantly from within the clouds, following which several thunderclaps erupted, and the dark clouds disappeared amid flashes of white lightning. Thus, an inky black flying carriage was instantly revealed. The carriage was around 50 to 60 feet in length, antiquated patterns carved all over its surface, and an ancient aura was emanating from it. The carriage was being drawn by 4 black horned Pegasi, and not only did they each have a pair of black wings, most of their bodies were covered by a layer of black armor. Atop each of these Pegasi was a black armored being that was around as tall as an average human. They were all armed to the teeth with swords and bows strapped to their backs, and all of the Pegasi, as well as their riders, were hovering completely motionlessly in mid-air, indicating that they were all puppets. The same cold light was emanating from the carriage and the 4 Pegasus riders, and that suggested that they had been refined from the same material. Many people below the stage were quite intrigued by the sight of this carriage and the Pegasus riders. This is the second auction item that has been reserved for our finale, the Infernal Earth Battle Carriage. She had already spent such a massive sum of spirit stones earlier, yet she was still able to make such an astronomical bid. That was insane. Of course, this didn't truly indicate that her wealth exceeded that of a holy race being, but at the very least, she possessed far more spirit stones than the average holy race being. 340 million, the man with the Jing surname continued in a dark voice. 350 million, the woman countered in an unhurried manner. The man with the Jing surname fell silent once again, but after a brief moment, he made another bid in a frosty voice. 360 million. If anyone can make a higher bid than this, then even I won't be able to keep up. As soon as his voice fell, the woman made another bid in an extremely calm manner. 370 million. A burst of enraged and incredulous laughter rang out from the cabin that the man with the Jing surname was situated in. Good. Seeing as you're so intent on securing this golden lightning bamboo, then I can only wish you a safe trip when you depart from Cloud City. After being provoked over and over again by an upper race being, this holy race being finally couldn't repress his fury any longer, and delivered a barely concealed threat. However, the woman completely ignored him as if she hadn't even heard what was being said. After Xiao Bai announced that she had successfully placed the final bid for the auction item, she made her way onto the stage in an unhurried manner, then issued the required spirit stones in exchange for the golden lightning bamboo before returning to her seat. The fearlessness being displayed by the woman evoked a sense of wariness in the heart of the man with the Jing surname, and he merely chuckled coldly before falling silent. Alright, we have now reached the grand finale of the auction, so allow me to present our most precious auction item. I'm sure all of you know what it is already. The final auction item is a vial of 13 myriad wonder pills. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate much on the extraordinary effects of myriad wonder pills. Not only are they ideal for breakthroughs to the holy race, consumption of the pill can cleanse one's essence and enhance one's constitution. In the past, myriad wonder pills have been sold during prior auctions, but they've never been sold in batches of more than 3 or 4 at once. In all honesty, even I was quite stunned that the elders of the crystal race were willing to offer so many myriad wonder pills to be sold during this auction. If it weren't for the fact that I'm hosting this auction, perhaps I would participate in the bidding as well. I won't be able to use them for myself, but these pills would be more than ideal for a junior or disciple of mine, Xiao Bai said with a forlorn look on his face. After that, he accepted a faint silver vial from one of the armored beings on the stage, then raised it high above his head. The holy race beings on the upper level may not have been overly tempted by these pills, but the beings on the lower and middle levels were all staring intently at the silver vial in Xiao Bai's hand with scorching desire in their eyes. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal to stop the spirit-engulfing fire raven cold in its tracks. The fire raven let loose a reluctant cry before revolving around the ball of spirit liquid in a wishful manner. Prior to deciding how he was going to use this flawed batch of spirit liquid, he naturally wasn't going to allow his spirit-engulfing fire raven to devour it. He had only summoned the fire raven so it could assist him in testing the efficacy of the glazed heavenly flame liquid. Han Li flicked his 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors toward the ball of spirit liquid. Some of these incantation seals disappeared into the ball of liquid in a flash while others were repelled amid flashes of red light. There were also some incantation seals that struck the ball of liquid with rumbling booms akin to dull thunderclaps, and Han Li's expression changed incessantly as he witnessed the spirit liquid's reactions to the incantation seals he'd cast toward it. After the final white incantation seal struck the ball of liquid and exploded into a cloud of white mist, Han Li suddenly stopped what he was doing as he stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. A few moments later, he suddenly flipped a hand over to summon a set of extremely intricate formation flags. These flags were only several inches in size each, and as he raised a hand, they transformed into several streaks of spiritual light that shot forth through the air before abruptly disappearing. A light formation that was around 10 feet in size appeared in their place. This was a 5-colored light formation that had a wide top and a narrow bottom, making it resemble a massive funnel. There was a series of runes of different sizes flashing near the light formation, giving it a very mysterious appearance. Han Li let loose a low cry before making a grabbing motion toward the ball of fiery liquid that was hovering in mid-air, and it was instantly thrust into the light formation. In the instant that the ball of liquid entered the formation, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the light formation, following which a 5-colored light barrier that encompassed the entire formation appeared. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his 10 fingers toward the light formation, and a series of thin translucent threads shot forth from his fingertips before disappearing into the light barrier up ahead. Han Li then curled his fingers inward slightly, and the translucent threads completely straightened out in response. He began to chant something, and a film of light began to revolve around the translucent threads, as if something were being transmitted toward them from the light formation. Han Li stared at the translucent threads with an intense unblinking gaze. What he was unleashing now was a secret technique that had been invented by the monarch of soul divergence, and the technique allowed him to combine the power of his spiritual sense with this formation in a synergistic manner. Not only could the power of his spiritual sense be amplified significantly within the formation, the secret technique also possessed some other incredible effects that could be directly applied to the items within the formation. The 10 translucent threads that had been manifested from the power of Han Li's spiritual sense began to tremor slightly at his behest. At the same time, the light swirling around the translucent threads began to fluctuate in brightness. If someone could see through the 5-colored light barrier around the formation, then they'd be greeted by the sight of the ball of glazed heavenly flame liquid revolving rapidly at the center of the light formation. There were countless runes of different sizes in the nearby area, and they were plunging themselves into the ball of fiery liquid in a frenzy. At the same time, there were countless other runes surging incessantly out of the ball of spirit liquid. The rapid entry and exit of runes made the red light around the ball of liquid tumble and churn incessantly, as if it had reached its boiling point. After a while, Han Li's expression finally changed, and some kind of outcome seemed to have been reached. After a brief hesitation, he flicked his 10 fingers through the air again, and the 10 translucent threads shattered in unison. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the light formation. 5-colored light surged as a ball of fiery liquid that had shrunk significantly in size flew up into the air and out of the light barrier. Han Li wore a serious expression as he pointed a finger at the ball of fiery liquid from afar, and the spirit engulfing fire raven appeared beside it in a flash before devouring the ball of liquid. The fire raven then let loose a cry of elation as it turned around and flew directly toward Han Li. It transformed into a fireball mid-flight before disappearing into his body. Han Li took a deep breath before abruptly waving a sleeve through the air, and a swath of azure light swept forth. As the azure light passed through the 5-colored light barrier, the latter gradually dissolved away to reveal the light formation within. Han Li waved a hand toward the light formation in an expressionless manner, and several streaks of spiritual light shot forth from within before reverting back to a stack of formation flags that gently fluttered downward. Han Li swept a sleeve toward the formation flags, and they disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. The light formation in the distance also rapidly disappeared in a soundless manner. Moments later, the only thing that was left hovering in mid-air was a fist-sized ball of fiery liquid. Han Li waved a hand toward the ball of liquid, and the white jade vial appeared above it in a flash. The vial tipped itself over before a swath of light surged out of its opening, then drew the ball of spirit liquid into the vial. After sealing and stowing away the vial, Han Li closed his eyes as he sat down with his legs crossed in a motionless manner. However, from his tightly furrowed brows and his indecisive expression, it could be deduced that he was grappling with some kind of difficult decision. A short while later, his furrowed brows smoothed out as he opened his eyes again, then suddenly extended a hand. A ball of silver flames instantly emerged over the center of his palm, and Han Li narrowed his eyes as a small crimson flame suddenly appeared within the ball of silver flames. After appraising the wisp of red flames for a short while, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. An incredible scene ensued. As soon as the ball of silver flames came into contact with the azure light, the former abruptly exploded. Immediately thereafter, a ball of silver flames that was around 10 times the size of the original one appeared in its place. Han Li nodded upon seeing this before opening his mouth, and the massive fireball was instantly devoured by him as a streak of silver flames. Looks like this flawed spirit liquid really does possess all of the main functions of a perfectly refined batch of glazed heavenly flame liquid. The only problem is that there are a few types of unknown impurities intermingled into the liquid. I wonder if this will be enough to satisfy that man. After devouring this thing, the spirit engulfing heavenly flame has gained the ability to draw upon pure spiritual chi in order to temporarily enhance its own powers. With a sufficient supply of spiritual power, it could even enhance its own power by twofold in battle, Hanli murmured to himself. After that, Hanli meditated for a while longer while contemplating what he had seen during the 4 races auctions. After ascertaining that he didn't seem to have done anything wrong, he heaved a long sigh before pulling out a small vial and tipping out a rising dragon pill for consumption. Immediately thereafter, Hanli began to focus on his cultivation. The time for the opening of the vast glacial realm wasn't set, so the day could arrive as long as a century later or as short as just a few years later. As such, he naturally had to focus as much of his time on cultivation as possible. Even if he didn't want to use the abundant spiritual chi in the vast glacial realm to break through a bottleneck, it would certainly be in his best interest to become more powerful before entering the perilous realm. 3 months later, Hanli was still situated in the same secret chamber with his Provenance True Devil projection behind him, and he was making a hand seal while engaging in arduous cultivation. However, moments later, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and the golden light around his body abruptly faded. He rustled his sleeve, and a jade badge flew out from within amid a flash of spiritual light. The badge circled around in the air before landing in his grasp, revealing itself to be a myriad distance talisman. The surface of the talisman was shimmering with spiritual light, and rows of ant-sized text were gradually appearing on it. Hanli took a glance at it, and murmured to himself, "So it's already opened. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there, then." Thus, he stowed the myriad distance talisman away before emerging from his secret chamber. Several hours later, Hanli disembarked from a beast-drawn carriage and arrived on a street that he'd already been to once before. He looked around before immediately making his way toward a nearby shop. Strangely enough, the doors of the shop were tightly shut, and it didn't seem to be open to any customers. However, Hanli paid no heed to this as he strode over to the door before raising a hand, casting an incantation seal that flew directly through the door and into the shop. Moments later, the door was opened from the inside, and Hanli strode into the shop to find a woman with a shimmering white crystal on her glabella waiting for him in there. It was none other than the crystal woman, Xian Xian. Xian Xian extended a respectful curtsy with a smile on her face as she greeted, "Welcome, Senior. I didn't think that you'd get here so quickly, so I didn't head out to greet you. I hope you may forgive me." Hee, cultivators like us aren't fixated on such trivial formalities anyway. "I came here as soon as I received notification from you," Hanli replied with a faint smile. Xian Xian smiled, and continued, "This isn't a good place to talk, Senior. Let's continue this in my secret space. There's another fellow Daoist waiting for us in there, and I'd like to introduce him to you." Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he merely nodded without saying anything. Xian Xian closed the doors to her shop again, then flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate. She made a hand seal and began to chant something while pointing a finger at the formation plate. Brilliant light instantly flashed from the formation plate, following which a vast expanse of 5-colored lights swept forth in all directions, enshrouding Hanli and the woman within. This 5-colored light then swirled before forming a 5-colored light formation. In the next instant, Hanli felt his surroundings blur, following which he found himself in a murky gray space. This was none other than the private spatial rift that Xian Xian had opened up. Hanli looked around and immediately caught sight of a humanoid figure that was standing nearby. "I pay my respects to Senior Han," the humanoid figure greeted in a polite manner as he cupped his fist in a respectful salute. Hanli inspected the humanoid figure through narrowed eyes to discover that this was a muscle-bound black-robed man with several faint purple scars on his face. His entire body was emanating a fierce aura, and after sweeping his spiritual sense toward the man, Hanli discovered that he was a mid-deity transformation cultivator. "What can I refer to you as, fellow Daoist?" Hanli asked in a calm voice as he emerged from the teleportation formation. "My name is Yuzong," the man replied. "Brother Yu is the most renowned devilish beast hunter in the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges. If we want to have a smooth trip into the mountain ranges, we'll have to enlist the help of fellow Daoist Yu's abilities," Xian explained. "We've discussed everything that needs to be said, so you're certainly free to leave, Senior Han," Xian replied in a respectful manner before flipping a hand over to summon her formation plate again. Thus, Hanli stepped onto the teleportation formation and disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Immediately following Hanli's departure, Yuzong heaved a reflexive sigh of relief before his brows furrowed as he asked, "Fellow Daoist Xian, is this Senior Han really trustworthy? You say that he's a high-grade devilish cultivator, but I don't sense any devilish aura emanating from his body. I've explored the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges on many occasions, and I'm quite confident in my ability to sense devilish chi, so could it be possible that he's lying?" "Rest assured, Brother Yu, I can guarantee that Senior Han is indeed a high-grade devilish cultivator. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was a devilish cultivator, I may not have been able to tempt him into coming with us. But then again, if it weren't for the fact that a high-grade devilish cultivator was required for our plans, I wouldn't have had to wait for so long," Xian confirmed with a faint sigh. Yuzong was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "In that case, this Senior Han must be using some kind of mysterious cultivation art that can mask his devilish chi. Otherwise, there's no way that my sensory ability would completely fail to detect any devilish aura from him. Aside from that, I don't know what your objective for this trip is, but seeing as it requires the accompaniment of a high-grade devilish cultivator, I can only presume that it's not something simple. On top of that, it really is a bad idea to be entering the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges this year. This should be the time during which an influx of devilish chi will be pouring into the mountain ranges once every 300 years, and during this 10-year period, there's a high chance that the powerful devilish beasts in the mountain ranges will appear in the outskirts. Why don't you wait for a further 4 or 5 years instead?" "My apologies, but I have my secrets, and I cannot reveal them to you. In any case, I have to enter the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges within these 2 years. Otherwise, I'll have to wait for several more centuries for another opportunity. I simply can't afford to wait that long, so I have no choice but to take this risk. However, it's exactly because of this that I was willing to offer a vial of myriad-year Zoisha's spirit liquid in exchange for your services. Truth be told, I went to several other people before you in the hope of employing their services, but none of them were willing to enter the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges during this period of devilish chi influx, so I had no choice but to come to you," Xian admitted with a wry smile after a brief hesitation. "In that case, I'll have to take the risk with you then, Fairy Xian. However, let me make this clear first. During this period of devilish chi influx, I'm only 70% to 80% confident that I'll be able to guide you safely to your destination. If mishaps arise or we encounter some powerful devilish beasts or some other incident occurs that will pose a threat to our lives, then I'll be fleeing the scene right away. On top of that, you'll have to give me the other half vial of Zoisha's spirit liquid that you promised me as well," Yuzong reminded in a serious voice. "Of course. These terms were all confirmed in advance, so I naturally won't go back on my word," Xian replied with a smile. Yuzong nodded before narrowing his eyes as he asked, "From the looks of it, you don't seem to have told Senior Han about the devilish chi influx that's currently taking place in the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges. Won't that be problematic?" I'm taking Senior Han with us because I need to borrow his Devil Dao abilities, and that has nothing to do with the influx of devilish qi. Are you sure that place will be opening within these 2 years? Make sure you haven't miscalculated the date. If you're off even by just a few years, I'll be taking this risk for nothing, and I'll be missing out on a brilliant opportunity, Xian asked in a serious voice as she appraised the Kirin projection before her. Do you still not believe me even now? When have I provided you with false guidance? If it weren't for the rewards that you reaped from the other set of ruins I told you about, you wouldn't even be at where you are today. With the limited cultivation aptitude of you crystal beings, you can already be considered to be a supreme prodigy by reaching this point after just a few centuries of cultivation, the Kirin projection replied as it raised its head in a lazy manner. From the day that I was born, you were born with me, and if I were to die, you would suffer the same fate, so of course I believe you. It's just you're merely a wisp of the soul of the true spirit Kirin from back then, so it wouldn't be impossible that your memory's been jumbled or rearranged. I'm simply feeling a little uneasy, Xian said as she appraised the miniature Kirin. I am indeed only 100,000ths of that true spirit Kirin's spiritual sense after it had self-detonated, but back then, it had been forced to the brink of death by its sworn enemies, and it wouldn't have been able to escape had it not detonated its own soul. Even though it unleashed an ability that defied the natural order to split its soul into 100,000 fragments, it has implanted a few extremely important pieces of information into every single fragment of its soul so it can have a chance of returning to its former power. I can assure you that the information regarding that true spirit cave is most definitely one of those pieces of information, so there's no way that I'll miscalculate, the miniature Kirin chuckled. Indeed, it's all thanks to you that I was able to reach my current cultivation base. However, you only adhered to my infant self to try and take over my body and reincarnate yourself. I don't know why you failed to do so in the end, but you certainly didn't harbor good intentions toward me in the beginning, Xian countered with a faint smile. Spiritual light flashed erratically around the miniature Kirin upon hearing this, and its mood seemed to have soured significantly. Why are you still mentioning that? I failed in the end, didn't I? It's a stroke of terrible luck that I decided to adhere to your body. Otherwise, if I had chosen someone else at the time, perhaps I'd have been freed long ago. Do you really think I don't know what happened back then? At the time in the village that I was born, I was the only baby that was yet to be born. You must have thought that an unborn baby with cognitive functions that were yet to be fully developed would have been an easy vessel for you to take over, Xian chuckled. At the time, I had used up almost all of my power just to escape, so of course I was going to choose the easiest target to try and possess. Otherwise, even just 100,000ths of a true spirit being's spiritual sense is more than powerful enough to take over the body of a mature crystal being, the miniature Kirin grumbled in a resigned manner. Alright, let's not bicker about this any longer. Even though you weren't able to successfully reincarnate yourself, the fact of the matter is that you did manage to survive. Entering the true spirit cave will be extremely beneficial for both of us, so we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's unfortunate that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and may not be able to make any progress even in the next few centuries. Otherwise, I would have waited until I was powerful enough before setting off in search of that true spirit cave. That would undoubtedly take a long time, but it would certainly be safer than entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges with these two beings who are both far more powerful than I am, Xian mused in a contemplative manner. You crystal beings really do possess very ordinary cultivation aptitude. Even with my guidance and after taking so many precious pills, it would still be impossible for you to progress at the miraculous rate you enjoyed in the past. As such, it wouldn't do you any good to delay for so much longer. Then again, if it weren't for the fact that the true spirit cave just so happened to have been occupied by that wounded holy grade devilish beast, it would have definitely been better for you to go there alone. The Kirin projection paused momentarily before continuing, but rest assured, you've already prepared measures to counteract those beings, haven't you? It would be best if they didn't try to plot against you, but if they did, then you could unleash those measures, and even ordinary beings who are far more powerful than you would be susceptible. Ordinary beings. Are you implying that one of them isn't an ordinary being? Does that mean there's a chance that those measures won't work on them? The crystal woman was extremely intelligent, and was immediately able to read between the lines. You've come into those two beings twice already, and even though I've been hiding in your body on those occasions, I was still able to sense some things. That Yuzong's aura fluctuates in power, and upon closer inspection, I can sense some baleful qi lurking within his body. If I'm not mistaken, he must be using some kind of cultivation art that specializes in concealment and unleashing lethal attacks with the aim of killing his target with a single strike. Of course, he must have cultivated some other abilities and secret techniques as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to venture into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges so many times and still remain unscathed. However, in contrast, that Han Li is a lot more unsettling. Not only does his cultivation base far outstrip that of Yuzong, his cultivation arts and abilities are all very profound. Even I'm struck by a sense of peril in his presence, but the measures I've prepared for you are all the most effective ones that you can use at your current cultivation base. In particular, the life-saving measures are extremely profound and unpredictable, so even if you can't kill the two of them on the spot, you'll still be able to escape with ease, the Kirin projection replied in a confident manner. In that case, I'm feeling quite reassured. However, there's something else that I'm more worried about, Xian Xian sighed as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. Oh. What is it? The miniature Kirin asked. When that Kirin self-detonated its soul all those years ago, it was split into 100,000 fragments, so surely you're not the only one that managed to escape and is aware of the location of the true spirit cave. Hundreds of years have passed since then, so perhaps someone's already accessed the cave and taken all of the benefits for themselves, thereby rendering our efforts completely futile, Xian Xian speculated. The Kirin's soul was indeed split up into many fragments, but very few of them actually managed to escape. Among those, a large proportion would have failed to possess a host or encountered some other kind of mishap, so it really is rather difficult to say whether other soul fragments like me still exist. As such, I think it's quite unlikely that someone would have already accessed the cave, the Kirin projection replied in a solemn voice. I hope that's the case. If we can secure the benefits in the true spirit cave, then I'll be able to progress at a rapid rate in my cultivation, Xian Xian murmured to herself. That would indeed be the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have retained this piece of information so clearly, the Kirin projection chuckled. Xian Xian merely smiled upon hearing this, but didn't offer any reply. After revolving around her for a while, the miniature Kirin suddenly said, that Han Li possesses quite a powerful spiritual sense, so when you're with him, try not to contact me if you can avoid it. Otherwise, there's a chance that he may discover that something's amiss. Ideally, the next time that I appear would be when we're already situated in the true spirit cave. After that, the Kirin projection flew toward the Xian Xian's body and abruptly disappeared. Xian Xian heaved a faint sigh before also making her way into the teleportation formation. She waved the formation plate in her hand, and disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. 3 days later, on the summit of a small mountain near Cloud City, an azure-robed young man stood with his hands clasped his back, inspecting the scenery below him. He was completely motionless, and he wore a placid expression on his face. This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had arrived at the designated location as agreed upon. He had already been here for some time, yet the sun was only just beginning to rise up over the horizon. It appeared that he was a little early. However, it was quite rare for him to have some leisurely downtime, so his mood was quite good as he breathed in some fresh air and inspected the surrounding scenery. Less than an hour later, Hanli stirred slightly before turning toward a certain direction, and a few moments later, a streak of crimson light came hurtling toward him before also landing on the mountain summit after just a few flashes. The crimson light faded to reveal a humanoid figure, and it was none other than Yuzong. "Greetings, Senior Han. Sorry to keep you waiting." Yuzong cupped his fist in a respectful salute. "It's all right, I intentionally came here a little earlier." Han Li shook his head in an indifferent manner. Yuzong gave him a polite smile upon hearing this before finding a clean patch of ground nearby and sitting down in a cross-legged manner. Meanwhile, Han Li continued to cast his gaze into the distance. Not long after that, Xian also arrived. Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly as she descended from above as a ball of white light, and Yuzong also rose to his feet. "Seeing as everyone's here, let's set off right away," Han Li suggested in a straightforward manner following her arrival. He then rose up into the air as a streak of azure light, leaving Yuzong and Xian to follow along behind him. A month wasn't exactly a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Adding to that the month or so that they were projected to spend in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, they'd be able to return to Cloud City around 3 months later if everything were to progress smoothly. Han Li continued to forge ahead as he contemplated these thoughts, and the journey proved to be quite smooth and uneventful. A month later, after flying over a long set of nameless mountain ranges, a boundless sea of azure mist appeared up ahead. That's the Azure Spirit Cloud Sea, which is the restriction around the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. It's also the only entrance to the mountain ranges, and attempting to barge into the mountain ranges from anywhere else would spell certain death. A hint of excitement flashed through Yuzong's eyes at the sight of the sea of mist. Han Li was flying beside Yuzong with a contemplative look on his face as he cast his gaze toward the sea of mist in the distance. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly. When they were further away, he had failed to notice this, but after drawing closer, he could hear a dull rumbling from within the azure sea of mist, as if a loud thunderstorm were raging within. At this moment, Yuzong suddenly drew to a halt, and the crimson light around his body faded as he appeared before the azure mist. He flipped a hand over, and a shimmering golden badge appeared in his grasp. He then raised a hand, and the badge disappeared into the mist as a streak of golden light. The dense mist that yielded almost zero visibility suddenly parted in the face of the streak of golden light, forming a natural passageway. "Stay close to me and make sure you don't stray from this passageway. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble," Yuzong cautioned before flying ahead again. Even though Han Li didn't know what kind of trouble would await him if he were to fly into the azure mist, he certainly wasn't going to find out, and he followed close behind Yuzong as he was told. Xian was also flying along behind them, and she couldn't help but ask, "I've also been to these Golden Devil Mountain ranges once before, and if I recall correctly, shouldn't we have entered from another location? Ordinary beings would naturally have to enter from there, but I've built up a bit of reputation for myself here, so I'm exempt from that requirement," Yuzong explained with a shake of his head. Xian nodded and fell silent upon hearing this. Thus, the three of them continued to fly along under the guidance of the streak of golden light, and before they knew it, they had traveled close to 10 kilometers into the sea of mist. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes flashed as he suddenly caught sight of a cluster of buildings around 500 meters below them. After drawing closer, he discovered that this was a small town set up in a long and thin formation consisting of 2 rows of stone cabins. These stone cabins were all of different sizes, and there were hundreds of them down below. At the very center of a small town was a massive pavilion that was several hundred feet tall. The pavilion had a total of 5 levels, and it was quite an eye-catching structure that was constructed from massive gray stone blocks. There seemed to be some people walking along the streets of the small town, but there weren't many of them. Yuzong let loose a low cry and headed directly toward the pavilion at the center of the small town, followed closely by Han Li and Xian Xian. The three of them appeared in front of the massive pavilion almost at the exact same time, and Han Li discovered that there was a horizontal plaque hanging above the gates, which were several tens of feet tall. The words "Lightning Cloud Pavilion" had been inscribed onto the plaque in flowing and graceful ancient text. "Come with me, fellow Taoists. This is the place where we receive restriction badges. I'm sure you've been here before as well, right, Fairy Xian?" Yuzong asked with a smile. "Indeed. However, on the last occasion that I was here, I had to go somewhere else and buy a cloud split badge before I could enter this place," Xian Xian replied with a nod. "The cloud split badge that you purchased is only a temporary badge, and those expire after a month. In contrast, the treasure I just used to split apart the azure mist just then is one that can be used over and over again, and it was something that was given to me by a senior responsible for guarding this place, seeing as I came to these Golden Devil Mountain ranges quite frequently. The Sea of Mist is a little troublesome to traverse, but even if you get lost in there, it won't kill you. You'll just be trapped in there for a month or two before someone from this place rescues you. What we have to do now is collect Lightning Bane umbrellas, which are the items that will truly grant us passage into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Otherwise, the divine lightning restriction is something that even holy race beings won't be able to force their way through," Yuzong explained before making his way toward the pavilion. The pavilion gates were wide open, and the first level was completely empty, giving off the impression that people rarely ever visited the place. After hearing Yuzong's introduction, Han Li nodded before also striding toward the pavilion, while Xian Xian followed along behind him. The trio quickly made their way through the pavilion gates to find that there was nothing on the first level aside from a few tables and chairs. Thus, they scaled the staircase onto the second level, only to find that there was nothing there either. As such, the three of them continued up to the third level, where they discovered a white light barrier at the entrance. Yuzong completely ignored the light barrier and passed directly through it. Han Li raised an eyebrow before also following suit in an expressionless manner to discover that the barrier posed no impediment at all. However, Han Li's expression immediately changed slightly after emerging on the other side. After passing through the entrance, the sound of chatter and activity could be heard from above the staircase, and it seemed that there were many people on the third level. Yuzong and Xian Xian had naturally also heard this, and expressions of surprise appeared on both of their faces, but Yuzong's remained unfazed as he calmly scaled the staircase first. The voices from the third level immediately cut off, indicating that the people there had also noticed Yuzong's arrival. At this moment, Han Li also made his way onto the third level, upon which he discovered that the level was only just over 200 feet in area, but it was packed with people. There were over 30 foreign beings in different attire sitting on the ground in a cross-legged manner, and the only other things in the room were a round stone table at the center of the room, as well as the futons of different sizes that the beings were sitting on. As soon as Han Li's trio appeared, everyone naturally turned toward the three of them. "Oh, it's Brother Yu. So you came as well, fellow Taoist Yu. Ha, I knew you wouldn't be willing to give up on this opportunity, Brother Yu." After identifying that it was Yuzong who had arrived, many of the beings in the room extended warm greetings toward him, and among them, there were even beings with superior cultivation bases compared to Yuzong. The other beings who didn't recognize Yuzong also stirred upon hearing his name, and some of them were appraising him with enmity in their eyes. It seemed that even though they didn't recognize Yuzong, he was indeed quite renowned around these parts. However, there were 4 or 5 beings in the room who displayed no reaction even after hearing Yuzong's name, and they were merely appraising Han Li's trio in a discreet manner. Han Li swept his spiritual senses throughout the room, and he was quite surprised that all of the beings here were at or above the deity transformation stage. In fact, close to half of them were spatial tempering stage beings, and there were even 3 beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage. There were also some beings who were using treasures to conceal their spiritual powers, so even Hanli was unable to ascertain their cultivation bases. In contrast to Hanli, Xian was rather intrigued by the resounding reputation that Yuzong clearly had in this place. Yuzong cupped his fist in a salute to everyone before heading toward a thin elderly man with gray hair, and asking in a respectful manner, "You're here as well, Senior Yan. Did something happen in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges?" This elderly man was one of the three beings who were at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, and he was appraising Yuzong with a benevolent smile on his face, seemingly closer with him than all of the other beings here. "Did you not know anything before coming to this place? Aren't you aiming to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges?" The elderly man was rather surprised to hear Yuzong's question. "I am indeed going to enter the mountain ranges, but that's for another reason. As far as I know, this is a period during which a mass influx of devilish qi is taking place, so why are there still so many people gathered here? Could it be that all of them are here for Lightning Bane umbrellas?" Yuzong asked with a serious look on his face. Of course. No one would come here unless they were looking to enter the mountain ranges. As for the reason behind this, that's a long story. Who are those two fellow Taoists? The elderly man asked in a hesitant manner as he cast his gaze toward Hanli and Xian. "It's all right, Senior Han and Fairy Xian are my companions, with whom I'm going to be entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges together, so you can tell them what you're about to tell me as well, Senior Yan." "It seems that the three of us are the only ones here who are still in the dark," Yuzong chuckled with a wry smile. "That's true. Long story short, a humanoid immortal Zoisha suddenly came to our town and wounded a cultivator a few days ago, then fled into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges," the elderly man replied after a brief contemplation. "Humanoid immortal Zoisha. Did I hear that right?" Shuezong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Hanli and Xian also exchanged an astonished glance. There's no mistaking it. It was indeed an immortal Zoisha. While it was trying to escape, someone wounded and secured a few drops of its spirit immortal blood, which they sold in the two for a staggering amount of spirit stones, the elderly man confirmed. It's extremely rare for spirit medicines to attain human forms, and it's not necessarily the case that spirit medicines will attain sentience and a human form after existing for a certain period of time. Spirit medicines have to encounter many miraculous opportunities before they even have a sliver of a chance of attaining a human form. It seems that even in the entire spirit realm, there haven't been many precedents of such spirit medicines. If this news were to spread, all of the 13 heavenly cloud races and even beyond would surely erupt into a massive frenzy. All of these beings gathered here must have arrived after hearing this news, Yuzong mused with a peculiar look on his face. That's not going to be the case, brother Yu. Perhaps more people will gather here from the 13 heavenly cloud races in the coming days, but beings from further away won't have any chances of capturing the immortal Zoisha. After a brief pause, the young man continued in an excited manner. "The cultivator who was wounded by the immortal Zoisha says that his golden origin restrictive light can prevent the immortal Zoisha from adopting its shadow form for 2 months. On top of that, due to the fact that the immortal Zoisha has his restrictive light within its body, he can refine a formation plate that can track the immortal Zoisha's location as long as one is within 50 kilometers of it. This immortal Zoisha possesses some powerful movement and concealment techniques, as well as some other special abilities, but its combat prowess is actually quite lackluster. On top of that, it's also been wounded, so there's no way that it would dare to venture deep into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, which means that it must be hiding in the outskirts. As such, this 1-month period would be ideal for capturing it. We originally had no intention of entering the mountain ranges during the influx of devilish qi, but we certainly couldn't give up on such a brilliant opportunity. As for the people outside of the 13 heavenly cloud races, even if they've received news of this, it's too late for them to get here. Han Li's trio was enlightened by this explanation. Yuzong contemplated the situation momentarily before a cautious look appeared on his face, and he said, humanoid spirit medicines are indeed extremely rare, but there are no records suggesting that they possess any special properties when it comes to pill refinement, so they may not be any more potent than other high-grade spirit medicines. The only thing special about it is that spirit medicines of this nature are extremely rare. In that case, surely it wouldn't be enough to draw so many people here in just a few days, especially during this period of devilish qi influx. After all, the mountain ranges are far more perilous during this period of time than otherwise, and even when traversing through the outskirts, there's a good chance that we may encounter powerful devilish beasts. That's the other thing that I was just about to explain, brother Yu. On the day that the immortal Zoisha appeared, a holy race being appeared in our town and offered a reward of 3 myriad wonder pills, 3 myriad year green lotus flowers, and a massive sum of spirit stones as a reward in exchange for this immortal Zoisha, and he doesn't care if it's been captured dead or alive. This senior is currently living in the town, and he's announced that he'll only leave after the 1-month period during which the Golden Devil Mountain ranges are open. By the way, that senior was also the person who purchased the few drops of blood shed by the immortal Zoisha, a beauty in a palatial dress explained. A holy race being. Han Li repeated with a hint of surprise on his face. The woman glanced at Han Li and found him to be completely mundane and nondescript, so she replied in a slightly cold manner, indeed. This senior's surname is Gu, and he possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. He doesn't appear to be from our Cloud City. Looks like everyone is actually here for the reward being offered by this senior Gu. Xian chuckled upon hearing this. All cultivators who come to this town are desperately in need of spirit stones. Otherwise, no one would want to risk entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. With such a high reward being offered, we wouldn't have to keep living in this town or risk our lives to kill devilish beasts, the woman harumphed in response, seemingly rather displeased by Xian's words. Xian merely smiled and offered no response to this. Enire, don't be so rude. These two are both friends of Junior Yu's. The old man with the Yen surname seemed to be a direct senior of the woman in the palatial dress, and he scolded her in a stern manner. The woman still didn't appear to be very pleased, but she still gave an affirmative response before falling silent. The elderly man didn't say anything in response. Instead, he turned and cast his gaze toward the green-haired being's companion. This was a being who wore a suit of silver armor that was filled with sharp crimson spikes, all of which were emanating an odor of blood and gore. The foreign being was appraising them with an extremely wooden expression, as if he were merely looking at a pile of dead bodies. Even the elderly man couldn't help but shudder as he met the being's gaze. With his vast wealth of experience, he naturally knew that this being had to have mastered some kind of extremely powerful cultivation art. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struck by a bone-chilling sensation at the sight of a being who was of the same cultivation base as him. The old man quickly cast his glance toward the area surrounding the foreign being to find that even though not all of the outsiders had banded together, there were over 10 beings clustered around him. He then glanced at his own side to find that even including Han Li, Yuzong, and the others, they only had around 7 or 8 people in total, and his expression became quite grim upon seeing this. Even if all of the beings outside of the silver-armored beings group were to side with them, their numbers would still only just about break even. However, aside from the 2 9th-tier upper race beings among the opposing group, there were also 4 uppers beings of the 7th and 8th tiers. In contrast, the only upper race being above the 7th tier aside from himself was a burly man with disheveled hair who hadn't spoken this entire time. The elderly man heaved a faint internal sigh upon seeing this. He knew that this green-haired being only dared to act in such a bullish and demanding manner because they had an overwhelming advantage in power. Even so, he wasn't about to back down. A steely expression appeared on his face as he said in a cold voice, "Junior Yu has some ties with me, so I won't just stand by and watch as you take him away. Also, I want to remind you that this is Lightning Cloud Town. It's not a place where you can do as you please. Even if you want to invite Junior Yu to come with you, you have to follow the rules here." The elderly man's response seemed to be an unexpected one to the green-haired being, and a cold light flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Rules? What rules?" "In this town, if a conflict takes place between two beings, then they have to battle one another in the town's arena. The loser will have to comply with the will of the winner," the elderly man replied. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before bursting into raucous laughter. Are you asking me to fight this little brat?" "Of course not. I forgot to tell you that according to the rules of the town, only beings of similar cultivation bases can battle one another in the arena. If you insist on taking Junior Yu with you, then you'll either have to find someone of a similar cultivation base as him or I'll be fighting you in his place," the old man replied in an indifferent manner. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before a sinister expression appeared on his face, and he asked, "I have to find someone of a similar cultivation base? What kind of ridiculous rules are these? What if I refuse to abide by them?" "If you refuse to abide by the rules, then you'll be seen as a troublemaker, and the enforcer that has been deployed to this town by the panel of elders will evict you from the town, as well as ban you from ever being able to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges ever again. Do you want to oppose the panel of elders, fellow Daoist?" the elderly man countered. "The panel of elders?" The green-haired being hesitated momentarily before casting his gaze toward the silver-armored being. The latter furrowed his brows before suddenly raising his head and turning to someone behind him for confirmation. Xian gritted her teeth and suddenly said something that came as quite a surprise to Han Li. "There's no need to try and fool me, Senior Han. My cultivation base is quite lackluster, but I do know some things, and I heard that you once slew several beings of the same cultivation base as you with ease while rescuing Senior Jia of the myriad ancient race, which means you're most likely far more powerful than even the average 9th-tier upper race being." Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and only after a brief silence did he transmit his voice back to her in a slightly cold reply, "Looks like you've certainly done your research. All right, for the sake of the heavenly devilish armor, I'll help you again." "Thank you, Senior." Xian was ecstatic to hear this. In the next instant, Han Li suddenly interjected, "Are there really only two choices? I think a third choice would be better. Fellow Daoist Yu has already promised to come with us, so you won't be taking him." As he spoke, Han Li stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Yu Zong. The elderly man and the people around him all exchanged surprised glances upon seeing this. The old man then appraised Han Li again in a rather hesitant manner, clearly concerned about his cultivation-based disadvantage in the face of this green-haired being. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before glowering at Han Li with fury in his eyes as he threatened, "Who are you? Do you want to die? Or are you planning to spar with me in his stead?" Before Han Li had a chance to reply, the green-haired being suddenly stepped forward, and one of his green furry hands came grabbing down toward Han Li. As his hand swung through the air, it suddenly swelled drastically in size after the green-haired being unleashed a certain secret technique, and the 5 fingers spread open to encompass Han Li's entire body beneath the hand. At the same time, yellow light flashed from his fingers as an enormous force weighed down upon Han Li. "Look out, fellow Daoist Han," the elderly man cautioned, but for some reason, he intentionally delayed for a split second, thereby making it too late for him to try and save Han Li. Meanwhile, the green-haired being's hand continued downward with devastating force. If an ordinary early spatial tempering cultivator had been caught off guard by this attack, then the immense force emanating from the palm alone would be enough to completely immobilize them. However, Han Li's physical body had reached an insane powerful level, so he certainly wasn't going to be immobilized by something like this. Even if the pressure weighing down on his body were to increase by several fold, it still wouldn't even be of the slightest concern to him. At the sight of the oncoming palm, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he reached out with an inky black hand before extending it upward. Gray light flashed before converging to form a massive gray hand of light that materialized overhead, grabbing toward the massive yellow hand. A violent look flashed through the green-haired being as he saw what Han Li was doing, and he roared, "Insolent brat! Kneel down before me!" He was only using around 70% of his magic power to unleash this attack initially, but now, his magic power was circulating rapidly throughout his body, and he was no longer holding back at all as he injected all of his spiritual power into the descending palm, trying to force Han Li to his knees with this devastating attack. Yellow light flashed from the giant palm, and it swelled in size once again as it crashed into the gray hand of light. However, in the instant that the two massive hands clashed, a completely unexpected turn of events unfolded. There wasn't any earth-shattering collision as everyone had anticipated. Instead, the yellow hand was simply crushed into nothingness by the gray hand amid a gentle thump. After that, the gray hand swayed before appearing in the air above the green-haired being, and it also came crashing down in a soundless manner. Before the hand had even reached its target, gray divine essence-fused light was sweeping downward ahead of it. "Impossible," the green-haired being exclaimed. It was incredible to him that Han Li had brushed aside his attack, and was now retaliating in kind. In a fit of shock and fury, he abruptly clenched his fists together before throwing two punches at once toward the descending gray light with all his might. Two yellow fist projections erupted from his hand amid a rumbling sound, heading directly toward the gray light. However, in the instant that the first projections came into contact with the gray light, they disappeared like sandcastles in the rising tide. A hint of astonishment appeared on the green-haired being's face, and he immediately tried to unleash a movement technique to take evasive measures. However, the gray light that was descending slowly just a moment ago suddenly sped up drastically, reaching him at an incredible speed before sweeping up his entire body in the blink of an eye. In contrast with the one who had emerged before him, this being of a lower cultivation base remained completely unscathed, but he seemed to be in low spirits. He didn't pause even for a single moment on the third level before continuing downstairs. After witnessing such a bizarre scenario, everyone suddenly became rather reluctant to take the examination early, and they all glanced at one another with hesitant expressions on their faces, clearly hoping that others would take the plunge before them. "I'm ready for the next two people," Enforcer Min urged from upstairs. Han Li looked around to find that no one had risen to their feet, so he stood up with a smile and headed directly toward the staircase. However, after taking a few steps, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, indicating that someone else was also following him. Han Li seemed to be aware of who it was that was behind him, and without even turning his head, he said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry, fellow Daoist. You can wait for a while and better prepare yourself before taking the examination." "Rest assured, Senior, I've done some research on this examination, so I've come prepared," Xian replied from behind him. In the distance several thousand kilometers up ahead, the entire sky was flashing with azure lightning, and countless thunderclaps were erupting from all directions. They were about to enter a world where there was nothing aside from lightning. "Let's go," Yuzong said in a low voice as he opened his mouth to expel the small silver umbrella, and it transformed into a silver ball of light that enshrouded his entire body. After that, he flew on ahead, followed closely by Han Li and Xian Xian, who also brought out their own lightning bane umbrellas. 2 hours later, 3 balls of silver light emerged on the other side of the world of lightning, and they appeared above a tall black mountain. The silver light faded to reveal Han Li's trio, and Han Li cast his gaze down below as he murmured to himself, "So these are the Golden Devil Mountain ranges." Han Li was naturally aware of what Yu Zong was thinking, and he smiled as he said, "I don't have any suggestions or objections. I'll leave the decision-making to you, fellow Daoist Yu. In that case, I'll lead the way. If we go directly there in a straight line, we'll be incurring too much risk. In contrast, skirting around the outermost area of the mountain ranges will be a lot safer, but we might not make it there in time. Hence, we have to find a route somewhere in between the two. In doing so, we'll be able to limit the risks involved, but also get there in the required time frame," Yu Zong said after a brief pause. "All right, we'll do as you say, Brother Yu," Xian Xian readily agreed. Han Li didn't say anything, but he also nodded in response. Thus, after discussing some finer details with Han Li and Xian Xian, then instructing the two of them on a few precautionary measures that they should take, Yu Zong forged on ahead to lead the way for the trio. Around 2 hours after they departed, 4 more beings rushed out from the world of lightning and emerged in a nearby area. The 4 of them inspected their surroundings in a cautious manner, then gathered together to discuss some things before a black-faced mid-spatial tempering stage being among them waved a hand through the air. All 4 of them then pulled out a formation plate each before flying toward a certain direction. After that, more and more beings entered the Golden Devil Mountain ranges at intervals of around 2 to 4 hours. Some of them were alone, while others traveled in groups, and the largest of those groups was the group of outsiders led by the silver-armored being. The second largest group was that of the local cultivators led by the elderly man with the Yen surname. However, as soon as those 2 groups entered the mountain ranges, they immediately dispersed instead of traveling together. 3 days later, a dull explosion rang out at low altitudes over a certain location in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Several balls of white light comparable in size to wagon wheels exploded in unison before transforming into gusts of fierce white winds. The wind screeched through the air, harboring countless blades of wind, and in the next instant, several cries of anguish rang out from within. Immediately thereafter, several tens of sections of furry remains plummeted from above, disappearing into the sea of mist down below in the blink of an eye. The fierce winds then disappeared into nothingness. 3 humanoid figures appeared thereafter, one of whom was holding a white bead in his hand with a grave expression on his face. This man was none other than Yu Zong. Han Li stood beside him with his arms crossed, hovering in mid-air in an expressionless manner. Meanwhile, Xian Xian had donned a suit of red armor, and an inky black bird with a fiery red beak and a pair of shimmering golden eyes was perched on her shoulder. Yu Zong stowed away the bead in his hand as he heaved a faint sigh, and the residual winds in the area completely vanished. "Something's not quite right," Yu Zong said in a grave voice. "What do you mean, Brother Yu?" "We've only encountered a few low-grade devilish beasts, haven't we?" "It's not like we haven't encountered other low-grade devilish beasts up to this point," Xian Xian asked in a perplexed manner. "Everything would naturally be fine if these were just normal low-grade devilish beasts, but these devilish ravens have always resided deep in the mountain ranges and never appeared in the outskirts. These devilish ravens share a symbiotic relationship with the high-grade devilish beasts, the Cerberus badgers. If one of them appears, then others shouldn't be far away either. This is why I asked the 2 of you to be on your guard even though we were only dealing with low-grade devilish beasts," Yu Zong explained. Xian Xian faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, could it be that these devilish birds have always been able to travel on their own, but it's only rather rare, so you've never seen it happen before? Definitely not. These devilish ravens are the most common devilish birds deep within the mountain ranges, and countless explorers have entered these mountain ranges before and after me, and none of them have seen these birds on the outskirts here, Yuzong immediately replied with a shake of his head. So what could it mean for these birds to appear here? Han Li suddenly asked. After a brief pause, Yuzong replied, it means that the Cerberus badgers with whom these birds share a symbiotic relationship have already perished, and they weren't able to find other Cerberus badgers. As such, they were unable to survive deep within the mountain ranges, thereby forcing them onto the outskirts here. Alternatively, it could mean that these birds have been forced against their will to come here by beings that are far more powerful than the Cerberus badgers. Oh. Which one of those scenarios is more plausible in your opinion, fellow Daoist you? Han Li asked with a nonchalant smile. The first scenario is very unlikely. After all, these devilish ravens are low-grade devilish beasts, and they can fly pretty fast, but they're certainly far from powerful. Without any Cerberus badgers protecting them, it's very unlikely that they would have escaped all the way here deep within the mountain ranges alive. The other devilish beasts within the mountain ranges would have hunted them down long before this, Yuzong replied. So that means these devilish ravens have most likely been forced here by another powerful devilish beast, and that devilish beast is already onto us, Han Li mused as his eyes narrowed. I'm afraid so. On top of that, this devilish beast appears to be quite intelligent as well, Yuzong replied in a solemn manner. What do you think we should do in this situation, fellow Daoist you? Xian asked with furrowed brows. I suggest we speed up first to see if we can throw it off our trail. After all, seeing as this beast possesses a high level of intelligence, perhaps it appeared here for some other reason rather than to hunt us down. If that doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to kill it. Otherwise, if it attracts other devilish beasts here or continues to tail us, it'll always be a thorn in our sides. Of course, I'm only able to make the second suggestion because Senior Han is with us. If I were alone, then I'd have to employ some other measures. However, those measures are very time-consuming to implement, so they won't be suitable for our current situation, Yuzong replied while giving Han Li an offhand compliment. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but he didn't give Yuzong a direct response. Instead, he turned to Xian and asked, what do you think of this suggestion, Fairy Xian? Brother Yu's understanding of the devilish beasts here definitely far outstrips mine, and with your powers, we have nothing to fear as long as we don't encounter any holy-grade devilish beasts, Xian replied in a smile. In that case, I don't have any objections either, Han Li agreed with a nod. Alright, then let's keep going. It's a pity that we can't fly too fast here in case we attract attention from other devilish beasts here. Otherwise, if we were to fly at full speed, we'd be able to throw any devilish beast off our trail as long as they're not extremely proficient in flight, Yuzong mused in a slightly forlorn manner. That was quite true. Needless to say, Han Li was flying at nowhere near his top speed, and Yuzong standing atop a white wool treasure that enhanced his speed to be comparable to that of a spatial tempering stage being. As for Xian, she had summoned a small golden flag, and during her flight, she could transform into a barely visible golden streak of light that could cover a distance of over 100 feet with every single flash, making her speed comparable to Han Li's as well. The 3 streaks of light hurtled through the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Almost at the exact same moment, at the foot of a small mountain close to 10 kilometers away, crimson light suddenly flashed. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so crimson devilish eyes suddenly lit up at once in what was a pitch-black area just a moment ago. Moments later, just as the two of them were beginning to grow rather uneasy, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, following which a streak of azure light hurtled toward them. "It's Senior Han." Yuzong heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, but he wore a peculiar look on his face. Xian didn't say anything in response as she fixed her gaze on the oncoming streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, the streak of azure light arrived in the air directly above them, following which the azure light faded, and Hanli was revealed. "Fellow Daoist Yu, can you tell me what devilish beast it is?" "It has a rather interesting appearance," Hanli said as he waved an arm through the air, tossing a black object that reeked of blood and gore toward Yuzong. Yuzong was rather taken aback by this request, and he hurriedly pointed a finger toward the object to keep it hovering in midair. Xian focused her gaze on the object to find that this was the head of a devilish beast, and it was comparable in size to a washbasin. At first glance, the head was quite furry with a pair of round ears attached to it, and it resembled the head of a monkey. However, upon closer inspection, a chill immediately ran down her spine, and she drew an involuntary sharp breath. The head didn't have a nose or mouth. Instead, it was filled with a dozen or so devilish crimson eyes that were all half-closed. Most of these devilish eyes were bleeding and harbored expressions of extreme shock and horror. Yuzong immediately identified the devilish beast that the head belonged to, and he was struck by a sense of shock, yet also a hint of enlightenment. "That's the myriad-eyed devil. These devilish beasts are proficient in captivation techniques from birth, and they're quite rare even deep in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. It's no wonder that those devilish ravens were forced to do its bidding." Myriad-eyed devil. So that's why it kept blinking its eyes at me. It must have been trying to unleash a captivation technique on me. TSK, it's quite unlucky to have tried something like that on me, Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Having said that, it's really quite amazing that you were able to slay this high-grade myriad-eyed devil in such a short time, Senior. Not only is this beast proficient in captivation techniques, it also possesses a few other troublesome abilities that make it quite a difficult opponent even for beings of a higher cultivation base than it." Yuzong still wore a peculiar look on his face as he spoke. "Is that so? I don't know about that. All I did was kill it before it could unleash any of its abilities. On top of that, its magic power is only comparable to that of an upper race being at the 7th or 8th tier, so it's really not all that powerful," Hanli replied with an indifferent smile. Yuzong was rather speechless upon hearing this. "I've heard some things about these myriad-eyed devils. Apparently, the most precious materials that can be sourced from its body are these captivating eyeballs. They are fantastic materials to be used to refine calming treasures." Moments later, the man let loose a low roar and opened his mouth to expel a streak of black light, which disappeared into the body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from the man's giant black horns, and the headless body suddenly shuddered before it was entirely enshrouded within the black light. A ball of gray light then slowly hovered out of the body before transforming into an extremely dull shadow that hung above the body in a completely idle manner. At this moment, the woman sniffed around her nose, and her eyes narrowed as she suddenly rose up into the sky before flying through the air nearby, seemingly in an erratic manner. "I've found it. There was only one being who killed the young master, but it seems that there were two other outsiders nearby as well. Even if they weren't related to the young master's death, they're most likely companions of the killer," the woman reported in a respectful manner as she suddenly drew to a halt. "Very good. Can you find the killer?" the owner of the elderly voice asked in a cold manner. "Of course. The three of them have all used secret techniques to conceal their spiritual power, but with the ever-present devilish chi in this nearby area, there's no way for outsiders to completely conceal their auras, so I'll still be able to track their location. The killer has gone in that direction, but his residual aura is already very faint, so they most likely left quite a while ago. On top of that, the devilish chi currents at high altitudes are very fast, so I'm not confident in my ability to chase them down, given how fast they're traveling, the woman replied in a truthful manner. Humph. Useless. The elderly man immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. The woman could only stand on the spot in a resigned manner. At this moment, her companion also rose up from the ground below, and he appeared beside the woman after just a few flashes before extending a respectful bow as he delivered his findings. Master, I've drawn the young master's residual soul out of his body and used a secret technique to simulate the killer's appearance. Let me see it, the elderly being instructed in a cold voice. The horned man gave an affirmative response before sweeping a sleeve through the air, upon which a ball of intertwining gray chi and black light flew forth, then settled above his head. He then made a hand seal before casting a series of incantation seals toward the ball of light, and the ball exploded to reveal a humanoid projection. This was a shimmering projection of an azure-robed man with a set of ordinary facial features. There was an inky black eyeball on his glabella that was swirling with an unsettling black light, and the man was naturally none other than Hanli. The projection only held its form for the span of a few breaths before it imploded and vanished. After identifying the third eye on Hanli's glabella, the elderly being gritted his teeth and said, "A law destruction eye, eh? Looks like he really is the killer, then. Only the spatial abilities of the law destruction eye can prevent my son from teleporting away. Let's go." The horned man hesitated momentarily before asking, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, but may I ask if you're planning to go after the killer, master? Were my orders unclear?" The elderly being asked in a cold voice. The horned man hesitated momentarily again before replying, "Not at all, I just wanted to remind you of the purpose of our trip. The Patriarch is going to use this mass devilish chi influx to completely awaken, and if you get there too late, Taimo and the others could turn the Patriarch on you by fabricating some slanderous lies. In that case, you can land in some trouble, master." "Humph, that Taimo has always been a thorn in my side," the elderly being harumphed coldly, seemingly in a disdainful manner, but it was quite clear that he was concerned about this as well. The elderly being grappled with an internal conflict for a long while before finally deciding in a begrudging manner, "All right then, Zhou Yi, you're proficient in tracking and concealment, so I'm going to send you after those beings. Find them no matter what you do, then stay firmly on their tails while I go and welcome the Patriarch as he comes out of seclusion. After that, I'll meet up with you and we'll avenge my son. If you still haven't found those beings by the time I reunite with you, you should know the consequences that await you, right?" The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then immediately lowered her head as she answered, "Yes, master. Let's go, Wu Qi." The elderly being then turned to the horned man before a massive azure-scaled hand extended out of the clouds. The hand made a grabbing motion, and the headless body down below was drawn into its grasp before it was withdrawn back into the clouds like lightning. "Yes, master," the horned man replied in a respectful before flying up as a ball of red light and disappearing into dark clouds in a flash. After that, a burst of rumbling rang out from within the dark clouds, following which it rapidly flew away. Thus, the pointy-eared woman was the only one remaining. When the dark cloud finally disappeared into the distance, the woman's furry tail curled up, and she raised her head with furrowed brows, clearly very troubled by the difficult order that had been assigned to her. In the end, she heaved a faint sigh and cast her gaze around her. After ascertaining the correct direction, her body swayed, and she shot forth as a streak of silver light. After flying for over 1,000 feet, the streak of silver light suddenly shuddered before slowly becoming more blurry and indistinct. Following one final flash, the streak of light completely disappeared into thin air. Elsewhere, a deity transformation stage being was slowly flying alongside a spatial tempering stage being at a low altitude. Each of them was carrying a palm-sized formation plate, and they were stopping quite regularly to appraise the reactions displayed by those formation plates. The deity transformation stage being was a young man who appeared to be in his 30s, and he couldn't help but ask, "Marshal Uncle Wang, it's been quite a few days already, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of the immortal Zoisha. Could it be that we've gone the wrong way?" His companion was a thin middle-aged man whose attention was entirely fixed on the formation plate in his hand, and he didn't even look up as he replied, "My divination technique doesn't have 100% accuracy, but it's correct at least once 20% of the times. I've conducted divination on several consecutive occasions, and this direction has been pointed out on all of those occasions, so we're definitely going the right way. 20% isn't exactly a high probability," the young man sighed in a rather dejected manner. At this moment, the two of them were flying over a pair of tall mountains, and both of them were in a completely identical state to the mountains they'd passed through before. All of the mountains here were inky black and remarkably smooth with no signs of plant life growing on them whatsoever, as if they were all just piles of smooth rocks. As such, neither of them paid any heed to those mountains, and they were just about to pass through between them when a startling turn of events abruptly unfolded. One of the mountain faces that they were passing by suddenly exploded, and a black blade of light that was several hundred feet in length suddenly erupted forth. Arg! The thin middle-aged man was caught completely off guard, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to expel a white shield. The shield swayed before him, then expanded to several tens of feet in size before positioning itself in front of him. However, in the next instant, the black blade merely continued onward, slicing through the shield and destroying the middle-aged man's body without any impediment. What was quite curious was that despite how powerful the black blade of light was, it didn't harm the young man at all. The blade virtually skimmed past the young man's body in a flash before disappearing into the sea of mist down below. All of a sudden, a loud rumbling boom erupted from within the mist, and a massive bottomless gulf that was over 100 feet wide was sliced into the ground. The young man may have been a deity transformation cultivator, but he clearly didn't have much practical battle experience, and only then did he react to the situation as an expression of horror and panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly made a hand seal in a clumsy manner before transforming into a streak of white light and flying back the way he'd come. However, right at this moment, a film of gray light suddenly appeared over one of the smooth mountain faces nearby, following which a sinister face that was over 100 feet in size appeared on the mountain face. The face opened its cavernous mouth, and a burst of yellow light swept forth from within in a frenzy, drawing the white streak of light into the mouth. Immediately thereafter, the massive mouth swung shut, and a gargantuan body that was as tall as a multi-story building slowly emerged from the mountain peak. This was a devilish beast with a gigantic head and a body that resembled a toad. The devilish beast's entire body was gray and completely smooth, and just its huge head alone took up half of its body, thereby giving it an extremely strange appearance. However, regardless of how peculiar its appearance, its gargantuan size made it extremely terrifying to behold. Right at this moment, a humanoid figure that was around 30 to 40 feet tall also slowly flew out of one of the mountain peaks. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this humanoid figure was a man with large eyes and bushy eyebrows, contributing to a simple and honest appearance. The man wore a suit of azure armor, and there was a pair of black fleshy wings on his back that were flapping incessantly. Those wings were extremely massive, and when fully extended, the wingspan stretched to several hundred feet. There was not even a single strand of fur or hair on those wings, but they were filled with silver runes that were flashing erratically. Looking at them from afar, the wings seemed to be shimmering with a starry light, thereby giving them an extremely mysterious appearance. As soon as the humanoid figure emerged, the giant toad-like beast asked, "Master Timo, those were just a pair of spirit realm beings. Why did we go to the trouble of ambushing them?" "No particular reason. It's just that it's been a long time since any beings have dared to venture into these mountain ranges, and I found it to be quite strange that these two beings would suddenly appear here. This is a critical juncture in the Patriarch's awakening, so I don't want to see any mishaps taking place during this time. If there are any volatile factors that present themselves, we have to take care of them immediately, the winged being replied in an indifferent manner. I think you're overthinking things, Master. According to the agreement our Patriarch made with those top-grade beings from the spirit realm, this time period coincides with the 1-month period during which spirit realm beings are permitted to enter our mountain ranges, so it's no surprise that some people would appear here, the giant toad beast replied. Alright, Ju Chu, hurry up and use your soul-devouring technique to digest the soul of the being that you just swallowed. I want to know if they're actually just normal devilish beast hunters, the winged being instructed in a cold voice. Yes, Master. In his desperation, one of the people on the spirit ark turned around and yelled, "Why do you insist on hunting us down, fellow Daoist? The three of us haven't wronged you in any way, and we're willing to hand over our tracking plates and exit these mountain ranges if you let us go." Let you go? Of course I can do that. Hand over your blood and souls to me, and I'd be more than happy to let you go. The silver-armored man replied in a completely emotionless manner, and even though his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly audible even from so far away. You really are an abhorrent being. The blue-robed man who had just spoken cursed in an enraged voice. Thus, the chase continued, and the three blue-robed beings were becoming more and more panicked by the second. The two beings who were uninjured were already coughing up mouthfuls of blood essence to forcibly stimulate their latent potential, and even the wounded being was forced to inject his spiritual power into the spirit ark as opposed to focusing on recovery. Thus, the spirit ark accelerated drastically, making it slightly faster than the flying carriage behind him. However, before the three of them even had a chance to celebrate this positive development, the silver-armored being chuckled coldly as brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from his suit of armor. He then made a hand seal before abruptly stomping a foot onto his flying carriage, upon which an incredible turn of events unfolded. The great chi around the crimson flying carriage tumbled and surged violently before transforming into a massive cloud that was several acres in size, following which a dragon's roar erupted from within. The three blue-robed beings all turned to examine the situation behind them with shock etched on their faces, and the sight that they were greeted by had them completely petrified. Just as they were turning around, crimson light flashed within the massive cloud, following which a silver WIRM emerged from within before disappearing in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the spirit ark, and the WIRM appeared out of thin air before swooping down in a vicious manner. The three blue-robed beings were all stunned by this sudden development, but they reacted quite quickly as they made hand seals and raised their hands up into the air, summoning 7 or 8 treasures in an instant, all of which flew up to attack the silver WIRM. In response, crimson light flashed from the WIRM's demonic eyes, and it opened its mouth to expel a crimson bead amid a crisp ringing sound. The bead rotated in the air before suddenly releasing a vast expanse of dark crimson light, and all of the treasures that were struck by this light plummeted from the sky amid wails of anguish. The crimson light continued downward, and the spirit ark had a yellow protective barrier around it, but that was instantly melted away by the crimson light like a thin layer of ice under the scorching sun. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed before enveloping all three of the beings on the spirit ark amid blood-curdling cries of agony. In the blink of an eye, the 3 layers of protective spiritual light around the blue-robed beings' bodies disintegrated along with their flesh and bones in a flash, reducing them to 3 fist-sized balls of blood. The silver WIRM opened its mouth and a swath of crimson light swept forth, drawing the balls of blood into its stomach. At this moment, spiritual light flashed around the silver Wirm's body, and it took on a human form. It was none other than the man with the Gui surname. He raised a hand with a cold expression to wipe away the faint trace of blood on the corner of his lips, then cast his gaze deep into the ranges. Following a brief pause, he departed as a streak of crimson light. Elsewhere in the mountain ranges, there was a vast expanse of murky white mist to which there seemed to be no end. Compared to the grey devilish chi and the black mist everywhere else, this stretch of white mist stood out like a sore thumb. Han Li's trio was currently hovering before this stretch of white mist in silence with contrasting expressions on their faces. Do we have to go through here? Can't we go around it? Xian asked. I'm afraid not. In order to avoid that swarm of devilish wasps that appeared a few days ago, we already had to take a detour that wasted an extra 2 days. If we take another detour here, we won't be able to make it in time, Yuzong replied with a furrowed brows. But according to what you said earlier, there has never been any mist in this place, so this situation is really quite unsettling, Xian sighed. It's not just unsettling, there are most likely powerful devilish beasts lurking in this mist, or perhaps this mist was conjured up by a certain devilish beast, Han Li remarked in a solemn voice. With you on our side, even high-grade devilish beasts are nothing to fear. Xian chuckled as she turned to Han Li. You're rating me far too highly, Fairy Xian. If there were only 1 or 2 devilish beasts in there, then I'd naturally be able to take care of them with no issues, but if there's a pack of them lurking in this mist, then I'll only be able to ensure self-preservation at most, Han Li replied with a calm shake of his head. How could there possibly be a pack of devilish beasts in there? There are very few high-grade devilish beasts that are pack-dwelling creatures, Xian countered with a slightly forced smile. That's not necessarily the case. This stretch of mist may be thin, but it's extremely vast in area, so it doesn't look like something that can be conjured up by just 1 or 2 devilish beasts. There's either an immensely powerful devilish beast in there or there's a pack of high-grade devilish beasts lurking within, Yuzong disagreed. Xian's smile faded upon hearing this, and only after a brief silence did she ask, so what do you two want to do? Are you planning to turn back? We don't have to go that far, but what I'm saying is that we have to take extra care in there. If we encounter some dangers, it'll always be better to be prepared. If there really are beings in there that are too powerful for us to oppose, then we'll have no choice but to turn back, Han Li said with a smile. Xian's expression eased upon hearing this, but Yuzong displayed the opposite reaction as he asked, have you decided to enter this mist as well, Senior Han? That's right. This trip is also very important for me, so I won't turn back unless there's a very convincing reason for it. Are you thinking about turning back, fellow Daoist Yu? Han Li asked as he cast his gaze toward Yuzong. Yuzong hesitated for a long while before finally gritting his teeth as he said, you saved me from those 2 beings earlier, so I owe you a great debt. If you're going to enter this place, then I'll accompany you, even if it means risking my life. Han Li merely smiled upon hearing this and didn't say anything in reply. Xian also smiled and said, seeing as both of you have made your decisions, then let's go in. If we encounter some powerful devilish beasts in there, don't worry about me. My cultivation base may be quite lackluster, but I have some trump cards that will save me in perilous situations, so I can look after myself. In that case, I have even fewer qualms about continuing onward, Han Li chuckled before leading the way as he flew into the mist as a streak of azure light. With his current powers, he'd be able to save himself even if he were to encounter a holy grade devilish beast, so he wasn't actually overly concerned about this thin mist. Xian and Yuzong exchanged a glance before following along close behind him. The azure streak of light flew through the at low altitudes in an unhurried manner. Within the streak of light, Han Li was constantly surveying his surroundings with blue light flashing within his eyes. At this point, he had already activated his spirit eye ability to its maximal extent, and at the same time, there was a small translucent shield that was slowly revolving around his body with barely visible runes flashing on its surface. This was none other than the crystalline shield that he'd forged from the materials obtained after slaying that monstrous moth. In such a perilous place, he certainly wasn't going to hold back his defensive treasures. Yuzong was flying along behind him with a pair of wheels under his feet, and he'd summoned a strange gray box. After unlidding the box, a strange insect with silver dots all over its white and chubby body was revealed. The insect bore a close resemblance to a silkworm, but there was a peculiar ghost face pattern on the top of its head, and the pattern was extremely lifelike, as if it were a living creature. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.